Family of Light by Barbara Marciniak. Chapter 10. Legends in the Cosmos. Around 500 years ago, your European ancestors were confronted with the fact that Earth was round, not a flat surface. They were in peril of falling off. They had to grasp that they were living in a far more expansive realm than they had ever imagined. Even though ancient maps of Earth had always existed, with some showing Antarctica without the ice caps and islands in the northern regions, no one knew for certain what was out there because the real knowledge had been lost or burned. Ignorance prevailed as separation became the mode of influence in your world. Separate the people, give them a false divinity, and tell them their false divinity is the only one. Today, humankind has over 200,000 divinities and/or religions that are all separated and keeping you all separated, and each one says it's the best one. Yet, during this beginning of the age of Aquarius, there is great opportunity for unity. From our experience, we contend that wherever consciousness finds itself, it must locate and immerse itself there. You each have a name and an address and many different numbers for your self-identification. And yet some of you are afraid that through computer systems, your names and numbers will be used to identify and locate you anywhere and at any time. From our perspective, you are so much more than letters and numbers. You are energy. And now that the concept of remote viewing has made it into your public awareness, you should all know that anyone is able to be located at anywhere and any time. You are all the family of light. Whether you are a cousin's cousin, one branch removed, or one of the staunchest of patriarchs and matriarchs, it makes no difference, for you are destined to know what we share with you. As we see it in the Book of Earth, the current test is to understand that you are all part of a genetic experiment. And as energies and entities are received by you and presented to you, you can each choose them in different ways. Yet we see the bridge that you build, a bridge from everywhere and nowhere that allows time jumpers to enter and influence the outcome of this great era of creativity, where reality will be re-imprinted and set into motion for a period of time. The influence of the stars and the heavens is important for you to recognize. The stars and all of the planets influence the amount of light you receive, and light is information. Obviously, your greatest source of light is the sun, the father of all life on earth. But your next greatest influence has enchanted and entertained you for eons, the moon, who modulates and influences your growth. You will learn to communicate with this satellite to a much greater degree when you understand that the moon herself has a story to tell, a story that holds many of the missing keys to the unfoldment of your consciousness. The vast heavens are filled with a movement that has been recorded in calendars of stone from around the planet. Stones placed on the ground pointing at the sky, pointing out the solstice and equinox, as well as noting various star systems and planetary motions. Your ancestors understood cosmic principles that some of you may laugh at today, thinking them unimportant or silly, yet they were able to live with their cosmic cousins, the star beings, the celestial visitors who came from time to time and through the dimensions. As the great geisha fan of existence unfolds into this time of immense power and change, consider what you will do with that new amount of power. Do you dream of being a time jumper? Perhaps caught up in the corridors of time, seating yourself everywhere and thinking no one will ever notice? The gods themselves have been doing this. Yet everything is connected and nothing happens without consequences. Remote viewing is not limited by anything. Little fragments of the creator gods get separated everywhere throughout time on millions of planets, over billions and trillions and quadrillions of years beyond what the human mind can even conceive. And even though the separation is immense, it is still part of a vast intelligence that actually monitors itself and stays connected to all parts of itself because that is its power. The energy that comes to you, as we have said, is designed and planned. As a genetic experiment, you are a small fraction of the vastness of existence, a speck. However, as we have also said from our point of view, you are a priceless speck, a unique jewel, majestically and magically magnificent. Now, a quest for the truth and answers always leads to greater questions, as you are learning. And yet it is this questing that truly imbues you, and us too, with the spark of zest for life. When you lose interest in the place where you find yourself, then the game is pretty much over. Many of you wonder what you will do in a world activated by this newly incoming celestial energy. How will you live? Where will you work? What will you do? Your real work is to expand your consciousness, allowing this new celestial energy to change and move through you. And when it changes your old ways of thinking, then the patterns of your life will stop repeating themselves and you will be open to new possibilities. Today, and in the past few days, in this past week and this past month, how many repetitive patterns have you done? If your dramas are repeating themselves, step back, take a look, and realize that this area of your life needs to change. Changing involves giving up specific thoughts, certain feelings, actions, and behaviors, not to mention substances. And seeing these thoughts, actions, and behaviors as beliefs about reality. Give them up! Many of you are often glued shut like a little seed with a hard shell, although, as you know, when the shell cracks, the little starseed lets go of what it no longer needs, reaching upwards for more light, for more rays of the sun, more information and rays of cosmic change. It is important to realize that those who encourage you to be in fear of change influence the kind of energies you put out and receive. When you are in fear, the vibration you transmit has a jagged edge to it. When you are feeling confident and faith and love, you are open to receive more power. And when you are humble at the same time, your field becomes strong and expansive and magnetic. A humble recognition of the power of power, as well as clear codes of conduct, is an essential map of understanding that will help you assess what lies ahead and gives you courage to face the future. Are you humble? Do you have clear codes of conduct? We look at the book of Earth and see probabilities, and we will say this. There is a point in this infamous nanosecond of time, the 50-year period between 1987 and 2037, that you are so privileged to have been reincarnated into. There is a point here, and the point is to transmute yourself from dense beings living in fear to the highest of frequency entities living in love. You are being observed from entities all around the galaxy. In the past, some of them came to destroy you or trip you up or fool you or block you or limit you, but that is not the case anymore. We are here to amplify and bring about the energetic changes that will enliven your genetic line. Many people do not understand what is occurring, and that is fine. They may even think it's unfair to be subjected to a celestial plan. And whose plan was it anyway? We have often been mentioning the gods and your ancestors and reptilians, and we do so quite ambiguously to avoid over-defining them, so as to allow your timelines time to define, and to allow your DNA to naturally upgrade, and to allow the window of your third eye to open, that place that you have just learned to energize with the ever-flowing figure 8 of infinity. Energized to help you see inside where you have come from, where you are going, and the majesty of the cosmic plans you are entwined in. We have noticed when looking at the book of Earth that within that mythical nanosecond, the closer you got to the year 2000, the more difficult it appeared to be to access Earth and various timelines. It became tricky and sticky for us time jumpers to even take a peek and see what was happening, for it seems that certain frequencies have, let us say, set up roadblocks, and that is fine. It's a free will universe. It tells us that you had to deal with what you had created. Yet for those of you who have a connection to the vistas of higher consciousness and celestial thinking, where you feel your link to the spiritual world as a rightful inheritance of humankind, and where you feel the right to live peacefully in your most ordinary day-to-day lives, you people know that these lines will never be closed. They are rich with life and exquisitely encoded to always be open for you. However, you must seek them out. The closer that nanosecond got to the year of 2012, the more difficult it was for time jumpers to come in, as well as for anyone to view that section of the Book of Earth to see what was transpiring. In some cases, there was only a void, as if certain portions of the Book of Earth had been blacked out or censored, perhaps, or even sections of the page torn off. Roadblocks for protection or defense. It's all the same part of the game. It makes little difference whether the plan is one of the family of light or the family of dark, since each family is actually part of the same family, which you must remember you are too. In days long past on your planet, there were many stories and tales of dragons and magicians, of beings who flew in from the heavens, as well as humans who invoked those beings from the heavens and then were taken up into the sky. These tales have peppered your legends, yet in most cases the moderns of today believe these stories are mere figments of ancestral imagination. Perhaps by visiting museums you will allow yourself to reconsider the information that lays there, so be open to the impulses of knowledge that can come through you. As the energies and entities flow into and around the earth, be in wonder, like children first learning about the world. Wonder about the unfoldment of knowledge, rather than pretending you know all about it. There is an old saying in the Book of Earth, and it appears again and again. The more you learn, the less you know. And that saying is found in other books of other planets that tell about existence in other places where you may find yourself with other names and other bodies and a different consciousness, by the way. Remember, dear soul, it is your own personal fiduciary's job, your higher self's job, your guardian angel's job to keep your books in line and manage them for you in what you may call the Akashic libraries, as well as to keep you informed in an honest way as to what connects you to the day-to-day business of life. Nonetheless, and understandably, you are sometimes overwhelmed. You bounce checks and run out of money, or just forget to take the garbage out on the right day. You are recycling, you're paying bills, you're doing the laundry and the dry cleaning, and shopping for groceries, and cooking and cleaning, and picking up the kids. These activities occupy your daily lives, but now you're coming into a time of change where you will no longer have to do many of those. You will not mourn the past. Although some of you pine for the good old days, yet you're ignoring that the good old days are being made in the present. The here and now, the only place where you will ever find yourself, is where we want you to be, ripe, full, and alive, because you are presently the star seedling, the kernel and the sprout of what you will become. Much of celestial existence is focused on you at this time. However, there are legends in the cosmos, just as there are legends on Earth, and cosmic legends speak of this time of change and refer to you as a gem of the genetic library tucked away, an experiment made for a just-in-case day of rain. And you, this little genetic experiment, after having been created, was fought over, and then traded, and then honored, and then forgotten, and then valued, and then given away. You have experienced all of these events in the collective consciousness that surrounds your globe, while your eyes have been turned to the ground for your daily living. 500 years ago, your ancestors could not have been called upon to have their DNA upgraded in the way that yours are now being. In the Chronicles of Time, in the Book of Earth, these opportunities for global awakening are extremely rare. As we have said, the cycle you find yourselves in is the 26,000-year precession of the equinoxes, which in your minds has been divided into 12 eras. And the imprint of 12 has a profound effect on your culture. Clocks and calendars and other configurations of 12 are found everywhere. You carry an imprint that organizes your mental world around the number 12, which then in turn affects the core of your mind. And it appears to us that as that nanosecond closed on the year 2012, you became ready to move to the next counting of time. You must realize time is arbitrary and never definitive. However, everything is significant and somehow connected in time. Even randomly occurring phenomena like the placement of the moon in perfect configuration with the sun, so that during eclipse they appear to be of the exact same size. And even though there are plans within plans, meaning some are secret, do not think that the family of dark has the final plan, and nor do the family of light. So you may wonder who made the final plan, and who or what is the maker. Well, the Maker is the great force you are required by destiny and self-decree to become for yourselves and for the success of the experiment. You are the God's little secret tucked away in time, and they wait to see if you can change yourselves from a lower density into a higher in this mythical nanosecond in their terms. In yours, perhaps it takes a lifetime or even longer, but a lifetime enriched and extraordinary above and beyond any ordinary existence any of you can recall. You have an exquisite opportunity to create a completely unique kind of life and to bring purposefulness and meaning to all life on earth. Cosmic legends are full of the tale of you humans in this time. Just as your legends on Earth are filled with ancient tales of magicians, at this juncture in time you are looked upon as magicians yourselves. The whole lot of you, not just a few. The heavens hold the rich imprint of electromagnetic aliveness, and as you move through space, spiraling along your little planet in your little solar system, in a small Milky Way galaxy, all traversing new territory and all evolving together. Guess what? This territory has been planned for you all to encounter, one that will recode your DNA in this lifetime to reconnect you to the multi-dimensional intelligence that exists beyond your biology and which is your sovereign divine inheritance. We have said that the Book of Earth is mainly made up by ordinary men and women, most of whose names never appear in any history books, people who never led battles or coups, yet the richness of their existence, their love they had for each other and the animals and the plants, and their skills and abilities were imprinted in the blood that they passed along to you. Remember, your ancestral lineage is rich, and it is there for you to pick and choose from to decide which aspects of power and wisdom and knowledge and creativity you wish to cultivate and evolve. Rule breakers and systems busters are often the ones who explore new territory, and some rules are made to be broken, especially those that inhibit your freedom and tell you what to think instead of encouraging your creativity and your own thinking and your own perceptions as part of the loving whole. The maker of the plan, above and beyond the plans of the family of light and the family of dark, is the force of love. All of this may appear to be an enigma, a paradox to baffle your ego, and it is. You are legends in the making, and you have already created your own legends because, as we have said, periods of time can be approached from any direction. although every once in a while a fragment of time can appear to be quarantined. And in that case, warning signs are posted saying, "This timeline is overloaded and blocked," like you might see on a certain website on your internet. Your computers and internet can serve as a model of sorts for time jumping, although real time jumping is much more fantastic. As you expand your consciousness, you build constructs outside of yourself to mirror the greater workings of existence. Thus, your computers and your internet, and now your quantum computational devices, are merely mirrors for what's inside your mind. Human creativity works this way, yet so often you create mindless things without wit or wisdom. You've become so enamored of 3D inventions that you miss the purpose of creativity, which is to present you with a model of the universe. The you-inverse. Again, we mentioned that you are biological beings of impeccable design. If you grasp this truth, then you will build a bridge of light of great strength and will weave around and through the darkness, leaving the family of dark to discover itself and to eventually realize that to create destruction and control is to control the course for self-destruction. Through the celestial cosmic calendar and the timing of events, this truth is coming home to roost, so to speak. Have you ever noticed that your moon makes 13 cycles in one of your years? Yet your modern calendar focuses on a solar year of 12 months, with uneven numbers of days in a confusing pattern. In every one of your years there are 13 new moons and 12 full moons, and the following year is 13 full moons and 12 new moons. Every year, 13 full moons, 12 new. The following year, 13 new moons, 12 full. 13, 12, 13, 12, 13, 12. Contemplating the significance of the number 13 as a hidden mystery will bring an understanding of what has been influencing you. Although 13 has been considered a number of bad luck and evil, or maybe because it has been considered bad luck and evil, when you search deeply into it, you will find that it holds a very powerful key for decoding the consciousness of humankind. The builders of your bridge of light will accomplish much, although they certainly have many challenges to face in the years ahead. Remember, dear souls, it never pays to attack, to condemn, to blame, or destroy another. It is truly to your benefit as family of light to take on this awesome task and to be gracious with the intention of finding solutions. You are not to ignore challenges or turn your back on difficulties, and by looking at the purpose of the family of dark, you will see a need to heal. The time has come that you are called upon to be great visionaries and to imagine an outcome that may have seemed impossible until very recently, and to trust yourselves with a faith that seems to go beyond what you could have ever imagined. On every continent of the earth, chaos will increase. Chaos can arouse fear. However, fear is a choice. In times past, and in times simultaneous, and even in times of the future, there are those who choose fear. Yet, not all of your ancestors did. The victors write the history books filled of fear, where the victims were conquered. Although to be conquered, you must first believe you are a victim. This is the choice that you too shall make. Victim or creator? Remember, victims choose fear and become paralyzed, and the vibration sent out by them is jagged and discordant. And this is a temporary choice for the purpose of learning. Chaos always accompanies times of great change. It is a dismantling process. It is now a dismantling of the control systems that have been in place for thousands of years. When chaos like this occurs, one is not certain of anything except for a certain aliveness that accompanies its arrival. It is clearly written in the Book of Earth that the more comfortable you feel, the more secure and the more complacent you feel, the easier it is for others to control and manage your thinking process. Chaos and confusion can serve many purposes, for it ultimately introduces new energy. For thousands of years, leadership has attempted to create order, to hold power over you, partly because you would not accept it for yourselves. So we ask you to question whose rules are being enforced. Question authority. Remember, there are plans within plans, which means many are hidden while some are out in the open. And no matter whose rules are the plans of the day, those of you who are wise and aware know there is always another plan, another option. An order so mysterious that one must initiate oneself to a new way of thinking just to perceive it. We Pleiadians do our best to describe this new potential in words so that you can capture the feeling and study them and nod your heads and say, yes, I am aware of this force of change. In your desire to fit in with 3D living, you have become so busy with building and constructing and owning and acquiring that you have forgotten about love. Throughout the last few cosmic ages, it appears that your ancestors did not have as many material objects and as much busyness to occupy themselves. They did not have the elaborate highway systems for traveling, or the electronics, or commerce, or sports, or entertainment that you do. Living was different for them, and they were much more alive than most of you. The season of change that you find yourself within asks you to be more alive. Chaos has its own order and creates an aliveness that balances and finely tunes the senses, making you more keenly aware of smells and flavors, especially if suddenly you have no money, and if the shelves in the store are suddenly empty, and the food in the garden is 3 months from harvest. Chaos shall bring a new order, an order that has to do with spiritual organization, one with no head of the pyramid. The circle of the human family shall expand. Ancient legends are filled with tales of those who evoked higher powers, extraordinary magicians who appeared one moment and were gone the next, and of your legendary ancestors, the dragons, who both provoked and protected humankind. These stories are not mere flights of fancy or figments of imagination, or the whims of a delightful pen. The ethers are alive, and the electromagnetic multidimensional spectrum is a storehouse of frequencies through which you can surf various existences. In the later years of this fleeting moment in time, you will see radical changes everywhere. Structures of authority are crumbling, and the great halls of Congress and Parliament are turning into the farcical plays that they always were. This is not something to be seen as ominous or fearful. It is something that happens, and a groundswell of relief will arise within people, and a renaissance will appear, one based on a psychic connection and the interdependence of all humanity upon each other and all life on earth. We see this realization in certain fragments and timelines of the Book of Earth. However, we cannot see everything. As we have said, some vistas are cordoned off, so there will be no interference, and you can deal with whatever you have created. And some of these timelines contain the same tyranny you have created in the past. And if it is a timeline of tyranny you continue to co-create, then you will find yourselves in a dark, dark corridor of time. This cordoned off area allows you to move forward uninterrupted into further darkness or into the light, whatever you choose, for at some point you must make a new choice. So the chaos ultimately brings you the opportunity to reconnect and manifest. And eventually you will discover what it is to be a community. Although for now you must each see if you are qualified to lead yourself. We know you are ready and qualified. The question is, do you? We can look at the book of Earth backward, forward, and sideways in time, and we see the impulses and the plans, the designing of family lines, the genetic matings, and the passing of certain traits through to all of you. However, the ruling families on your planet know the significance of the number 13, and they steer you away from its use, convincing you that it is a number of bad luck or evil. However, it is a key to the doorway of the mystery of power. And remember, you cannot avoid power. As humankind, more power is coming to you, and this is decreed in the books and by the force of creation itself. Before you can build a true community where you live connected with each other and with dimensional and celestial beings, you must first feel qualified to lead yourselves. Are you autonomous and in charge? Are you comfortable being the creator, the designer of your own reality? Are you ready as a global culture to create a calendar that is in harmony with Mother Nature, Father Sun, and Grandmother Moon? A calendar that does not bow down and supplicate to the Darktilian control mechanisms that have been in place for over 2,000 years? Could you possibly do that? This question is being asked of you, and once it is asked, you cannot turn your back on it. Do your best. Hold your chin high and your spine straight. Breathe into your lungs the fullness of the air. And drink into your body the deliciousness of the water. And feel the vibrating of the energies in your flesh and bones. And know that you are divine sovereignty, intimately connected with Mother Nature, Father Sun, and Grandmother Moon. Every single animal and plant on the planet already follows the natural calendar. No matter what probabilities and choices are presented, always know that Spirit is around you and speaks through you and to you and with you and for you if you let it as your fiduciary and higher self and guardian angel. Allow yourself to speak the truth. Allow the truth to be spoken through you. You must be alert and gather your wits. Use discernment, as our tales constantly remind you. Remember, the magicians and the dragons always kept their secrets. And sometimes the dragons had wonderful gifts and enlivened numerous civilizations of your world. Perhaps now you are wondering, are these dragons, the creatures depicted in books and calendars and cards, are they real? You are living in a time when the word real, just as the word truth, needs redefinition, needs expansion. All of your legends and myths are true in one sense of the word. And at the closing of this 50-year nanosecond, the creatures in these myths and legends will all return. You will see them first in your imagination. And as the cells in your body release their story, when the earth vibrates at a new frequency and breathes a sigh of release through her magnetic field, you will find new data sprouting around you and from geysers of knowledge inside yourselves. Information will spring forth, and you will need each other to weave it all together and connect it to the whole. Remember, you are always being given threads. A piece of thread is fine in itself, but they need to be woven together to create a much finer tapestry. The implosion of knowledge leads you to your power as living biological beings, and this is happening to everyone, everywhere. People on the streets, those sequestered away in nursing homes, in hospitals, and people in prison are undergoing DNA upgrades. It is happening on the playgrounds, in the schools, in the workplace, and out in the fields, and on farms, and on mountaintops, and in valleys. In every land where the sun rises and sets, the family of light and the family of dark live and play together. And what about those in between? Those who claim kin to neither family of dark or family of light and pretend neither exist? What would they think of this tale? A simply rambling, ranting rave? Who are those people? The Muggles. We ask you to ask yourself, after all, you are all humankind. Rather than claim over-allegiance to either the family of light or the family of dark, ground yourself and explore what you all have in common, your humanness. Your legends of dragons are rich, and richer still are the stories of the legendary lizards. Your ancient manuscripts and books that have been sequestered away, particularly in certain religious centers, place these lizards everywhere. Around the globe, in all the halls of knowledge, both physical and non-physical, you will find family of light willing to remember, willing to weave the story of unity and wholeness, of power and purposeful living, of sovereign divinity. The ancient lizards and dragons were fascinated with humans. As the story goes, they are responsible for your creation, after all. Or so they feel and believe. They have mated with you, studied you, taught you, cherished you, and helped you establish civilizations, and they have raised you to devour you and consume you. As third-dimensional beings, you see yourselves in one way. However, the legendary lizards, ancestors of all the ancient ones, the elders of so long ago, see you in a different way. You are only part human to them. yet they see you across the full spectrum of multidimensional existence, and they know the strength of your humanity. And yet they count on your weak predictability so they may control you, while they also know that in the book of Earth, at this fleeting moment in time, a wild card has been dealt and is on the table. Everything you learned is being tested now, and the cream of the crop will produce the most exquisite of elixirs, the elixir of unconditional love. One of your tests today is understanding frequency, your ability to recognize it in others, and to know that you have always been producing it yourselves, and you always will continue to produce frequency even after you leave your physical body. Your challenge is to modulate your frequency, to change your mode of living from the repetition of dramas that usually zap your health and take your spirit away. You can call this transcending the shadow ego. You must learn to recognize what does not work for you, then release your fears of change. This action will modify the frequency and vibration that you broadcast. This lesson, dear friends, is being taught to you in galactic kindergarten. It is the essence of this current phase of your education. Raise your vibration. You will never be able to read the book of existence until you write your own pages in the book of Earth. Remember, as you enter the age of Aquarius, even though the marking of time is arbitrary and convenient and customized to local cultures, it is also part of a larger marking of the divine plan of evolution. Everything is coded. The cells in your body, your DNA that instructs your body to recreate cells. The air you breathe is coded. The water you drink is coded. The living biological library of planet Earth is coded, and so is the heavens. No matter what you think you invent or conjure or create or manifest into form, we remind you that it is never an isolated event that you are creating. Everything is always connected to everything else. Plans within plans within plans will reveal themselves, so we ask you, dear friends, to rest assured that as the family of light, wanting a peek into the book of Earth to see what lies ahead, there is something exquisite that you are creating. Exactly what it is, we do not know ourselves. We will do our best to inspire you to create a new vision of your future. However, you must create your fate. What do you want to build in this time of immense change? If your ancestors truly are living legends returning as dragons, reptiles, and multidimensional creatures, and as your biological human ancestors speak through your blood, And as all this new celestial energy comes to you, this sense of connectedness, of knowing that past mysteries had meaning, the symbols they left for you, the stones, the crosses, the pyramids, the crystals, the chalices, the caches of gold, the steeds of great power, and the beasts that surface from the deepest lakes. If all of this is real, what world will you then build? Those flat-worlders of 500 years ago could not even have imagined of these potentials when they set out in their ships. They forgot that they would become their own ancestors, and so they were easily steered to continue the destruction, the separation, and the disconnected meaninglessness they had been taught, and to continue the competition and striving for material achievement and ownership. You have equated power with material consumption, collection, and hoarding. Your culture encourages you to worship people who have vast mansions, enormous riches, fabulous jewels, and electronic trinkets to dazzle and befuddle the public. Is this wealth really power? Real power is in knowing the meaning of the song of the birds, feeling synchronized and harmonized to Mother Nature, feeling the song of the tree frogs, the buzz of the insects, the call of the whippoorwills, the mourning dove, the mockingbird, or the nightingale with its sweet sound at dusk, and the hoo 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 of the owls in the middle of the night. Your lizard and dragon ancestors were multifaceted in their abilities to live and adapt because they not only created the many aspects of your civilization, but intimately understood the weaknesses of humanity. They also knew your great strength, which is creativity. They have been doing their best to limit and focus your creativity. For without creativity, individuality and life itself withers and fades away. This is part of the problem humankind faces today. Your creativity has been focused on the accumulation of material goods and has allowed you to mindlessly produce without creating any meaning in your lives. You've engineered a sameness, a replication, a chasing of the financial dream to keep all of you moving along the same path. In these ensuing years of chaos, a new, great, unlimited creativity is arising, connected to the internal harmonization of both sides of your brain by the embodiment of the divine feminine intertwining with the divine masculine inside you all. When this occurs, you will truly understand that the management of energy is your only real quest for power. Many of your ancient indigenous cultures that are still alive today understand that the prime creatorix, mother, father, goddessness, is divine feminine and divine masculine, and therefore so is every human being. Align yourselves with these cultures. Do not be frightened of these times of change. If these words and concepts seem foreign to you, just remember your ancestors of 500 years ago, when a whole new world was opening up for them as well. For decades, and indeed hundreds of years afterwards, they traveled in ships on the rough oceans, still wondering if the great beasts of legends would arise from the seas and devour them. However, some of the voyagers on these ships saw the motions of objects from your future come out of the oceans at night. But these mysteries were kept very quiet. They knew if they spoke of such things, the label of insanity would be quickly laid upon them, and they might be thrown overboard. These last 500 years were times of great expansion. However, there was also an immense control over how you would perceive this expansion. In reflecting upon your ancestors throughout time, we ask you to open up to your genetic inheritance and to consider without judgment the challenges your ancestors faced and overcame. From the top of the mountain that you have now climbed, know that you are at the pinnacle of current comprehension. And therefore, what conclusions can you draw now? Looking back on your ancestry, what is the total of your knowledge? Does your wisdom inform your living? The dragons and lizards of renown are usually nameless creatures, but they are not formless. They have many personalities and are shapeshifters who embody a magnificent force. You have a similar force in your body. However, it has been hidden or even disavowed or beaten or enslaved and rarely encouraged to develop, especially in Western culture. Some traditions call this the fire of life, or the flame of existence, or the chakras, or the kundalini, or the inner serpent lying at the base of your spine, awaiting to awaken, or the feathered serpent. All traditions speak of and weave their meanings and symbolic interpretations around the legends of your ancestors, the great reptiles and dragons. Now, imagine that these creatures have been living around you the whole time, and yet have not been visible to your 3D eyes because they live in another dimension. The electromagnetic multidimensional spectrum, the band of existence, houses these reptilians right next to you, and yet you cannot see them. But they can see you. Earlier we suggested taking a nanosecond, a billionth of a second as you count time, and expanding it to 50 years worth of living. and we suggested you may have thought it would be empty. Yet in actuality, this is where the dragons dwell, where the ancient reptilian lineage that is your inheritance calls home. So, will you build a technology that breaks down time to examine your own seconds and discover new frontiers of territories within nanoseconds? If you accomplish this feat, have compassion for what you experience. Some of it might be rather dark. In addition, vistas of reality may appear to you, and then you will think them distinctly alive and real, as if you had turned the dial or changed the channel to suddenly find yourself poised in another world. And yet you will know, without a doubt, that you are still you in early 21st century Earth. This experience will eventually become commonplace. However, at first it may cause some degree of insanity, or at least extreme discomfort, even while others will have joyous experiences. You must encourage the exploration within these realms and create a vibration of safety. An exquisite opportunity exists through the services of your own personal fiduciary and higher self to enliven and uplift your spirit. Remember, set and setting always applies. You strive for this fulfillment when you decode the number 13 and see that the 26,000-year precession of the equinoxes cycle divided by 13 rather than 12 actually makes perfect sense. The missing 13th slice has always been there, just like your 13 moons. We ask you to consider that the numbers 12 and 13 mean much more than you have been led to understood. We assure you of that. Through language and numbers, everything is coded backward and forward. As you learn to read energy, you will recognize it as your inheritance of power. And as you become managers of energy, both your own and that which is external to you, you will see the aliveness and purposefulness of existence, and that deception cannot hold truth any longer. And what, may you ask, is truth? Truth is where no secrets are kept, and that's the truth. A healing occurs in the sharing of knowledge and in the revelation of secrets. Secrets are very hard to keep. They weigh a lot and are heavy and burdensome. Even if the secrets themselves are true, they are often the beginning of the telling of lies. One lie breeds another, and liars attract liars, as this is the nature of lies. Only the shadow ego lies. On your world, power has not been shared as energy. It has been held in secrecy based on lies. We ask you to consider that those in positions of power are actually magicians of energy, dark though they may be. Whether they are self-willed and self-proclaimed, or just puppets in total ignorance. Leaders are jugglers of energy, and knowing this, we ask each of you now to juggle your own energy. To know that energy is free and around you and within you and waiting for you to direct it. You are the conductor of a magnificent symphony of creative energy that will outperform everything that has been staged on your planet thus far. The ancient ones, the dragons, the reptilians, wait. They want to be discovered, to return to Earth, and to reveal what they know without harming you. But you must create the frequency within yourselves to see them and to assist them to heal whatever traumas they have created in their own family lines. And there are many. It is not only you who must heal your individual self. You must heal your family line, and you must heal all of humanity, and you must heal your creators, the reptilians, and all of existence is looking to benefit from this healing, energetic outpouring. What is healing, and how do you know when you've been healed? A flow of energy and light accompanies a healing, and this flow of energy fills you with confidence and faith to move forward. It is a connection of what you call spirit, a connection to all of existence. And healing can be merely the reinterpretation of what you believe happened to you. Your suffering occurs because of how you feel you have been treated. And because you hold such strong feelings, you have become afraid of all feelings. And your feelings are where you keep yourselves trapped as prisoners. Suppressed feelings build and accumulate like a ball of yarn. They can block the flow of energy in your being. And sometimes that ball needs to be completely unraveled and then rewoven into a meaningful pattern rather than an ugly blockage of the flow. Energy is energy. It responds to your intent and to electrical impulses. Emotions are energy. Thoughts are energy. Additionally, your own internal energy will grow rapidly as Mother Earth is giving her magnetic sigh. And as this magnetic field lessens its grip on your thoughts and emotions, and as Father Sun sends an increase of energy towards the Earth, the elements in your periodic table begin to jiggle and dance in a new way, and molecules everywhere on Earth begin to speed up, opening new paradigms of experience to be discovered in the quantum realms that have always been here. Now that you have scaled the peaks, you know you must manage your own internal energy in order to design your future. We, the Pleiadians, see various probable futures, and all time jumpers are very aware of that. And at this point in time, a number of probabilities spring from Earth. And from this peak, you can see that you have much to consider. Take it easy on this journey. Be happy, knowing that you will always learn more. And the more you learn, the more there is to learn. Be humble and give thanks for every experience and every relationship you have ever had, as the force of existence responds to your attitude of gratitude and sends you more experiences and relationships to be grateful for. The Family of Light by Barbara Marciniak. Chapter 11. The Gods Stashed Their Stuff. In the Book of Earth, the section of existence where you currently find yourself in the weaving of the lines of time, is in need of a vision based on a collective purpose for humankind. A vision where significant living is recognized and pursued. This task may seem overwhelming if your focus is totally immersed in linear time in the 3D and chasing the money beast. However, time, as we have suggested, can be approached backward, forward, and sideways, as well as from within and without, and is all based on energy and frequency. Right now, your civilization is located on a thin slice of time that is pulsating with an exquisite frequency potential. As we share our stories and tales of trials and tribulations and triumphs, no doubt you are reconsidering who you are, what you have lived and chosen to experience, and what you have embraced or have avoided. Ideally, you are considering your own potentialities that manifest with marvelous originality in the opulent flow of unpredictabilities, which hold a purpose connected with all of existence. As you reflect on your life, rest at ease, knowing that everything you encounter within your own tales is for a purpose. And to what purpose can it be, you may ask? And how can there be something right in front of me and I not be able to see it, you might also ask? The answer is frequency modulation, as well as your intent and expectations and presumptions about what you call reality. Within the great ages of your cosmic calendar, The tests are the same, and the testees are you, returning again and again to manage one of the most difficult frequencies in existence, the third dimensional perspective. And as 3D reality becomes more and more topsy-turvy, and chaos becomes the new rule over the land, it is time for the vision you create to take root. Unity take root. Remember, thought is the vehicle through which you will learn how to fly, and you must fly through the heart chakra. In order for you to gain the best of experience, the highest of probabilities, and the most original of new creations, you all must play your part, for we cannot build your new world for you. Nobody else can. You are in a coalescing phase now, deciding what your vision for the future will be. And this is imperative as you build the bridge and then traverse it, walking into a new slice of time, a new millennium in your terms, and opening a new age, the age of Aquarius in your terms, of experience on the grand calendar of existence. As you proceed step by step and hand in hand, allow yourselves to have a greater definition of the future as we inspire you to recreate your creations. Remember, our vision is not yours. However, we do see the possibility of you building a solid foundation from which you will reach a peak experience of human living. You have, metaphorically speaking, been to the top of the mountain and now realize that it is a very big world. In fact, an endless cosmos. And yet, your timing, your calendars, your watches, your seconds, each one that ticks by, and ones yet to come, are very significant, each small second. And each second can be sliced like a piece of fruit or cheese, and you will learn that as much exists inside the slice of time you may call a nanosecond as exists outside of it. The tiniest fraction of existence can hold the wonder of all things if you learn how to locate the code, the key, and the frequency from which to experience it. Everything exists inside of everything else, and you are destined to comprehend this and experience it. The journey from the heavy 3D density to the great lightness that is now commonly called 5D is unpredictable, yet incredibly rewarding. And that is the reason why 8 billion souls have reincarnated here and now. Your point of existence in time is now a nest, a home of pure intent, comparable to a vein of gold many miles wide, a phenomenon that perhaps would cause you to reappraise the value of gold. What if a massive vein of gold actually existed, but only for a little while, and then slowly disappeared? How would humans treat a 50-mile wide vein of gold running the length of South America? Would gold still be valuable? Or would some of you hoard it? Or would you build fences with armed guards? Or even keep it a secret if you could? We use this example as a metaphor for the fleeting moment in which you live. This mythical nanosecond of 50 years from 1987 to 2037, where you are all so privileged to live, to achieve, and to create with awesome unpredictability whatever you want. Events of this nature have their chapters in the grand book of existence. Yet the book is not made up of chapter after chapter of these kinds of opportunities. They are very rare. Time, as we said, is relative, distinct to location and frequency. But then frequency is location. And as we have suggested, in the address right next to yours, a slice of a nanosecond away, a parallel world exists. One that you have been seeking to discover and explore for diverse reasons. Some of you seek to explore this mysterious world of dragons and lizards because you deeply relate to the subject. And even though these tales are told as myth and fairy tale, you secretly hope that they are real because you can feel it. Some of you are quite comfortable with these recollections, while others are ill at ease because although your feelings may seem unfounded, insane, or ridiculous, you actually remember something in your DNA. Rest assured, dear souls, that however you relate to these old mythologies, the tales from your ancestors' experience runs rich in your blood. So relax and enjoy. In the vision of the world you can enter, and we particularly say can enter because you have many options. The fleeting moment appears to be cordoned off. Ideally, this is for your own protection. When you are cordoned off, it is indeed a difficult test, for then you are on your own, uninfluenced. Perhaps in this period, even the moon shall disappear from the sky, or other orbs of light will be born there. The story is different for every chapter in the Book of Existence on how the golden nuggets, as places of immense richness and opportunity for awareness, evolve. All of this is still being studied. As humans, you are very much enamored with your powerful telescopes, using them to look farther and farther out into space, and even observing how universes are born. Many of you are fascinated with this phenomenon and that of black holes. Yet the mythical nanosecond, the fleeting moment in which you live, is far more exquisite than the birth even of a universe, because a so-called mustard seed in existence is changing all of the other seeds in existence. Your universe is reseeding itself through a small portion of itself, which was held intact just in case its own existence might be threatened by shifts and changes of cosmic weather, or drought, or pestilence, or separation and disconnection from the grandness of its own plan. In case that ever occurred, a plan within a plan within a plan within a plan within a plan was tucked away so that nothing would ever be lost. On the multi-dimensional internet of existence, there are many, many files and websites. Innumerable games and codes and master numbers you can't even imagine can be utilized to gather an extensive view of multiple realities in order to become participants within these realities, not merely button pushers sitting in front of a screen. The purpose of becoming a participant is to experience a new way of living by redialing and rearranging frequencies, and understanding that the part cannot be separated from the whole, and that the whole is offering a glimpse of itself to a very remote and sequestered vein of gold. You silly. If a vein of gold 50 miles wide and the length of South America really existed, then certainly there would be plenty of gold for everyone. However, a few would say, why would we give everyone plenty when we can have it all? And then the matter of who would own the vein of gold and what to do with it would have to be fought over. Perhaps some people would suggest that the real value would be in keeping the vein intact, rather than chipping it away into small sections. Or maybe building hotels nearby and offering tours. And sure, selling off little chips, marketing the vein in whichever way possible. Imagine that part of your existence. Boop. Imagine this part of your existence. Imagine that this fleeting nanosecond of your existence, this 50-year period, is like that vein of gold, enormously rich and vast. Even so, in the Book of Earth and in the enormously bigger Book of Existence, it is not easily found because existence itself is so vast, and considering all time, the Book of Earth is very hefty indeed. Each existing book of experience holds stories that weave patterns like a web from one book to another. Suppose we were to show you the Book of Earth and you said, we only have 5 minutes. What can we see in just a quick glance? In order for you to comprehend its complexity, we would show you an exquisite tapestry, a weaving of colossal proportions, for then you could perhaps understand the importance of each thread of each life. We offer this vista for your consideration and suggest you make it one of your cornerstones when you build your vision for the future. It is essential for you to hold on to the vision of the future, for you live in the home of intent, a place where many beings would be thrilled to exist and influence you, while others would kick and scream to the other end of existence to avoid being there. Remember, cosmic legends speak of you humans as being curiously tucked away in a very dense dimension, in a thin slice of time, in a certain location of frequency, in a galactic spiral of the Milky Way, in what you call the 21st century and the advent of the Age of Aquarius. For many celestial beings, this would be unthinkable. But not for you. You have chosen to be here at this profoundly important time because this is a profoundly important time. A time when you are learning that everything is connected. And us showing you the Book of Earth in this capacity allows you to see the foundation of richness from which you spring forth. The threads of gold and of light and darkness and diamonds and earthly bodies, woven together to tell such a lavish and true tale of your divine sovereignty as humans to create by default or by decree the vision of your own future, the vision you are forming, which is a result of your understanding that power is energy, and energy is freely yours to use as a tool for responsible living into this next cosmic age of experience. The legends are full of your impending victory, but you must hold a vision of the highest vibration in your mind, understanding that it is the sum total of who you are, one united humanity that allows you to be linked up as a global community and the cosmic family. We look in the big book of existence and see how others have accomplished a similar task in other star systems so far away, in other timelines, unimaginably long before yours, and many that have yet to occur. For this particular subject is studied fervently by us multidimensionals, just as you study the skies with your telescopes, searching for stars to be born and supernovas and comets appearing. Your scientists investigate celestial phenomena, looking to find the once-in-a-lifetime event, unaware that where you are and what you live is the most spectacular event of all. You are truly unique. And yet, you are connected to everything. However, it is highly unusual that a place so common in a seemingly small and insignificant corner of the universe should suddenly become the focal point of all of existence. As you now leap off of the springboard of 2012 and into the age of Aquarius, even more of existence will be abuzz about you humans. Where is that planet Earth? Is this really happening, they may say. The legends have said that Earth is awakening. And you may wonder, how can this be that Earth herself will awaken? Perhaps you will see yourselves becoming time jumpers and interstellar travelers, fulfilling your destiny by journeying into all of existence. Reassured that you have birthed your vision with the frequency of unconditional love. That is certainly a potential vision for you to consider. We also remind you that you are the creator. We ask you therefore to create with compassion, with originality, and with courage, and to use that great geyser of energy that flows through you for the force of positive change. Remember, augmenting this process of change is a natural unfolding and increasing of your psychic abilities, which will link you to multidimensional experiences that may appear at times to be like bizarre snips of movies. Do not be frightened, dear ones. Yet learn to be discerning and assess the situation no matter what you see in front of you or behind your closed eyes. In addition to the encoding in the heavens that occurs as modulations of light, as stars move by and planets move by, modulations of sound are also to be considered, some of which are audible and some are not. As we touch down in the cities of your world, we feel that the sound of chaos abounds. And as you become more psychically sensitive and in tune, you will probably avoid these sounds. And until then, you may not understand the attack that is occurring. The DNA in your biological structure and the multidimensional DNA that connects you to your expanding identity that you might call 12-strand DNA, all exist to unfold within you just as the seed of a plant or a flower is designed to follow its pattern of evolution. The seed does not have to ponder over the availability of energy to complete its cycle. And nor do you. Every seed holds a blueprint, and with the proper energetic requirements, it is destined to fulfill its purpose and grow and then produce more seeds. Each seed experiences the initial struggles of splitting and casting away its casing, and then shooting upward through the soil, and then bearing the elements of the sun and the wind and the rain, as well as the scorching heat on some days, floods on others, and infestations of insatiable insects. This is all part of the experience of growth. It is all natural, normal, and crucial. When the plant blossoms, it experiences its own aspect of sexuality and produces its flowers, exquisite in their uniqueness, which herald the greatness of the fruits to come, as well as exuding a delicious fragrance. The plants freely give their fruits so that you can live. And this is an interesting thought for your reflection. Who put those plants here on this planet? Do you like fruit? So delicious. Your DNA coding is layered in such a way that you, dear soul, will naturally unfold and evolve. And if you desire to bring forth or enhance the fullness of your own DNA evolution, then we suggest you deal with the drama of your life and daily give thanks for the delicious food you have, and for all of the people who are part of your life, and for the people who donated the DNA from which you spring forth. Embracing your existence with the attitude of gratitude and unconditional love for yourself and your parents seeds your frequency into the ethers, and this in itself seeds the earth, building her future. So many souls have turned their backs on their families. We see so many who have abandoned their bloodlines. No matter how justified it seems, they have often missed the greatest opportunities that their souls chose to attempt to heal in their current lifetime, which also relates to their past lives, because you are here to heal your ancestral lines through your DNA. Remembering that your soul may or may not have been a part of this ancestral DNA line all the way along. You may have popped into the DNA line once in a while. A few kicks of the can, as it were. Pass the baton, as it were. But we promise you this: your soul chose your parents very carefully this time around, for you to heal yourself and your ancestral line once and for all. In the Book of Earth, this lesson has been repeated again and again when people shun what they do not like, or what they judge and find too difficult or too fearful to deal with. In your world, great clusters of people have avoided doing the most difficult and most important tasks again and again out of fear. Your specific future goals are for you to decide, and we do remind you that exquisite possibilities exist. You are genius. You can use the creative genius that is inbuilt in you to really integrate living with one another on this earth purposefully. You must do this to move forward and upward in vibration. So we ask you, why do you wake up every day? To do what? What is the purpose of your existence? Reflect on this thought for a moment without condemnation or judgment or applause for yourself because of your present successes. Because whatever situation you are now in, it will change. The season of change is upon you, and wherever this change may take you, it is most important that you have laid the foundation in the home of your intent as a personal vision to have human unity, a common unity, a loving human community. You may feel confronted once again with the same old dilemma of the evolving genetic experiment. When will one of you look up at the sky, realizing that you have been looking at the ground all this time? Now is the time, as we see it. We see that soon all of you will most certainly look up. Rest assured that what you are seeing is layered as a preparation for the new phases of human evolution. After all, the tomato plant does not grow 3 or 4 inches and then declare, "I do not know what to do now." In a crisis, of course, a plant may die, but hardly ever do all plants die. In general, a built-in fortitude allows the plant to live through the drought or bend with the strong winds, to stand straight in the great heat of the afternoon sun, and send the roots down to dig a little deeper to absorb more water. That is your encoding. Some of you worry that you do not have the stamina to survive, so you spend enormous amounts of money and time worrying and rushing out to be fixed and healed and remade by others. Yet all the potions, the magic, and the wizardry in the world can hardly accelerate the encoding that is naturally unfolding in you if you would just give up your dramas. It is only the shadow ego that is holding you back. You are sovereign divinity, and you chose this time to reincarnate so that you could embody the actuality of your sacred, holy, and divine self. Do not fret. Do not judge. Do not beat yourself up if you have been running around in circles of late, looking for what you think is needed for this next phase. Just slow down, stop, and breathe. You are safe, you are loved, you are sacred, holy, and divine. Rest and relax and lay to rest your quivering and shaking. You cannot fail. It is time for you to understand the power of your mind, the individual mind that you seem to think you only have, the community-minded thoughts you engage in, the global mind that has begun to be engaged, and the cosmic mind that enwraps everything in existence. And it is time for you to realize that your own personal unfoldment has been long awaited, just as you await the sunrise or the moonrise or Venus peeking out from over the horizon to reassure you in your world that the heavens move in an orderly fashion, even though too many of you ridicule or completely ignore the divine meaning in the heavenly order. No matter what your logical mind tells you, the movement of the heavens humbles even the most arrogant of humans if they truly understood. And if you are not awed by the movement of the heavens, then you are a fool indeed, like the emperor with no clothes, self-entrenched and self-enamored in self-delusion. However, do not judge. That's just a temporary hideaway. Whether the chosen role is the emperor with no clothes or the homeless person with no clothes, it's all just a temporary game for the shadow ego. Such is the nature of the test of your lives, to discover what is truth, what is real, what is love. In the vision of unity, of human community, of love you are building for yourselves, it would suit you to imagine that the changes and innovations and the unfolding and evolution of who you are will be experienced in such astounding measures that it will seem as if you will live in your terms many, many more years than you actually do. Multiple lifetimes of experience may be encountered in a few weeks, because the more you learn, so much more gets pieced together and offered to you. And then your threads will begin to weave their own tapestry. If we could show you for 5 minutes the tapestry of Earth before the finish of this mythical nanosecond, it might seem small indeed. However, it grows in size and significance because, as you unfold, you will connect with multi-dimensional timelines, and then you will understand simultaneous lives. Oh, great, you're saying. That's a good one. Simultaneous timelines. How am I going to manage simultaneous timelines when I'm having so much difficulty managing my life right now? Once again, dear soul, drop the ego. This unfoldment is encoded in your body if you would just, like the plants, unconditionally trust the process. The immense flood of cosmic energy that moves through your body wants to enliven you and connect you to the others, but no amount of cosmic energy can do so unless you relax your body for this to happen. This heightened flow of energy will restore and enhance you, as well as maybe make you feel jittery and nervous or wired as fuck, as if you just stuck your finger into an electrical socket. Woo! The choice is yours. It can also make you feel very heavy, where just the thought of getting out of bed and moving to the bathroom seems impossible. You can respond to these cosmic energetic flows by using your will to direct the energy where you desire, and by acknowledging how you feel and where you are at in this process of your life, and by knowing that sometimes you can stick your finger in the electrical socket, and sometimes it feels like you're pushing boulders up the hill. Identify that both of these periods are important, and neither one is better than the other. Experience these periods and do not judge yourself for being whomever you are at that time. You are dealing with complex and profound energies, cosmic and earthly energies. Energies that you produce and project as frequency broadcasters, as well as energies that you invariably absorb from around you. All of those sounds, even the inaudible ones, the microwaves, the light that you can and cannot see, the high and low frequency electronics, all of these modulate your own frequencies of your DNA. One of your visions for the future certainly can be to create a utopian existence where the family of light and the family of dark harmonize, where all are allowed to exist and yet all are respected, where rules are not broken because they are co-created and agreed upon, and where a unity within diversity exists. If you can achieve that heightened vibration on Earth, it would be a valuable and priceless creation in the chronicles of time for all of existence. If you can create that heightened vibration, it would act as a signaling frequency, a broadcast to the omniverse. This would also necessitate creating the harmony between your sun, earth, and moon. Your satellite that has been placed there to modulate you. Some of you are insulted by the idea of anything influencing or controlling you having been put there without your consultation. When you make such a discovery, you want to send off a missile to destroy it. But when you discover the true majesty of the moon, you will feel such gratitude. If you happened to be living in another slice of time, in another age, as another aspect of one of your past lives, then you would not need to know all this information right now. You couldn't, in fact. In past lifetimes, it was impossible to achieve such an understanding because of the cosmic weather, the cosmic age, the sociological frequencies and mass consciousness, and the rate at which your genetic experiment had evolved to at that time. So imagine how you would feel right now if someone plunked you down into a laboratory and said, "Here's a tomato plant and a lily. Now, use the two plants as inspiration to design and create your own plant. Go!" What if all of humankind had to pass that test in order to qualify for the next stage of being? Create a whole new life just out of some ideas of existing lives. How would you go about creating a whole new plant? This is just something to consider, to imagine. When you contemplate the future, do you envision that you will eventually terminate at some point? Or do you reach that mysterious place of immortality? Whatever your ideas or aspirations, we can guarantee you this: the future will be different than what you can possibly imagine. It always is. Whether you live forever or die and be reborn again and again, you will always encounter other versions of yourself. You see, you seed the future and create it as your children and grandchildren, your ancestors of the future. You have forgotten this great teaching, that the part cannot be separated from the whole, that you return again and again. You can never die. So carry that vision into your future. This is part of your very strong foundation for creation. And speaking of creativity, it is the specialty of your ancestors, the ancient elders, the legendary lizards and dragons, and the reptilians, or at least it was, or it has been, a creative specialty of theirs, or maybe it's something that has yet to have occurred, but regardless, everything is actually simultaneous, so it depends on which book, which frequency, and which now you are using as your perspective to view the experiment. master geneticists, designers of solar systems, and designers of galaxies, as well as designers of universes, all have creativity in common. If it was reputed that a birth was to take place in the heavens, and you were a curious modern person in the 21st century, you might view the occurrence on TV and say, "Oh, look, balls of light bursting forth," never imagining that you were watching the beginning of a designed and engineered project brought into form by the legendary lizards and dragons. And wouldn't you be surprised to find that you were actually watching the creation of your universe? Myriad multidimensional entities view the Earth as well, waiting because you too will be creating, either intentionally or unintentionally. Ideally, with all of the cosmic energies showering upon you now, the signals and signs, the symbols and the feelings, the impulses, the imaginings, and the groundswell of intuitive knowledge that cannot be stopped. You will read the winds of change and trust your feelings and consciously allow yourselves to co-evolve. Beings and entities who have visited you and with whom you have been enamored can sit back over their expansive time spans, and they can plan universes and smaller galaxies and little tiny solar systems because they understand the creation principle. The recipe includes a little bit of sound, a lot of imagining, unconditional trust, cosmic will, sacred intention, plus a pinch of purpose and a plan, and a few more ingredients they have kept secret from even us. However, at one point, there are no more secrets, so don't worry, dear soul. Your DNA is multidimensional and is encoded to weave itself together to access the same knowledge, as if all of the water in every stream, every lake, and every ocean on Earth were suddenly compelled to connect with all of the water in creation. You, too, are individual forms of uniqueness, yet you are still part of the whole that you are learning how to navigate. Seeing for yourselves that what you do here directly affects everything everywhere. The dramas and the challenges that you have been collectively playing out here on this little planet ripple outwards across time. Particularly to the legendary lizards and dragons, because they have been watching and awaiting your solutions. In their ability to create on a cosmic level, they can sometimes become lost in their own creation, thinking that they could create all of the universe's worlds, planets, and satellites and asteroids, and that they could ride around existence, changing and monitoring their own territory. And so your ancestors, part of them, became lost to themselves. They lost their purpose in living, just as many of you have with your electronic gadgets. Many legends on your planet are full of cosmic visitations, and perhaps the wars that other crusaders and celestial visitors encountered when they discovered Earth as time jumpers. Earth is indeed a cosmic treasure, and it has been visited again and again. And now, at this fleeting moment in time, many beings are here, and others wish they could be. However, a very specific frequency is required to enter. The more you rarefy your frequency, the more you will only attract specific energies. Be wise in your choices, for fools are at hand, as is always the case at any juncture of change. Snake oil salesmen and cosmic charlatans abound, and some are impeccably designed to deceive. You will see this parade of fools because the frequencies require that you be connected, for this is not a time of solitude. If you find yourself feeling alone and without a friend, then make the intention to meet a new, purposeful friend. And in the next few days, that will happen. But do not put any kind of preconceived requirements around this purpose of friendship. Allow it to unfold. It may last a week or a month or a lifetime. The great creative force of existence will often leave gifts disguised in brown paper bags or wrapped up in an old newspaper and tied with a snip of shoelace or a bit of worn old cloth. Often you would pass those up for a finely polished person who will stab you in the back. And you would miss the opportunity to build a bridge outside of your own preconceived notions, to link up with a sacred soul you may have passed by in the past. The importance and sacred divinity of each human being and their effect on the whole of creation needs to be acknowledged, and this inner standing is encoded in your DNA. As we have said, the inner standing of genetics has already made a tremendous leap in the last 150 years, although it is not common knowledge, actually. Far too many scientific discoveries have been kept from the public, but they will be disclosed in rapid succession in the coming years. Many of you will be astounded at how quickly you have to readjust after learning these new ideas. If these ideas had naturally been released as each occurred, your lives would be very different, and you would not have to expand now from a tightly compressed state into such a wide open existence. You would have been more gently prepared, so that when the full vista of your lives became apparent, you already had a peek at the vastness of the landscape. However, everything is perfect every single time, and this process could have been designed to slowly open your awareness, but now it's like you have been slowly pulled backwards with an elastic band, and you will slingshot into a new reality. As a species, you do have the capacity to accelerate beyond anything you can imagine, to absorb the sudden shock of opening, to seeing through your limited belief systems, having to reconsider again and again a bigger and bigger picture every year, every month, and every day. As we have said, it seems like you are living hundreds of lifetimes in this one lifetime, and indeed you are. Although what you learn in the coming years may appear to be from the 21st century, it's really a compilation of all knowledge from your ancestors and quite a bit from the future. The advent of December 21st, 2012, and the consciousness of 2013, which includes the Mayan 1320 consciousness of the 26,000 year precession of the equinoxes, was a doorway to, yes, the age of Aquarius, but oh, so much more. Now you have seen you are holding a paintbrush, and a vast canvas of possibilities exists. Unpredictable, unprecedented, and of great profundity. This is the vein of gold we have asked you to consider, and the question remains: what will you do with that gold? Will it be an abundant resource to share with all of humanity? Or will some of you turn it into a cosmic tourist show? Please consider, what are your celestial visitors going to think? Do they approach this vein of gold that you are as a sacred site? Or will they set up their own franchise to convince you of the magic of their products and sell you your own fortune back to you with strange ideas and new addictions? It is up to you to decide what to allow and what to create, for you are, after all, that vein of cosmic gold. What are your intentions? How do you want to be viewed and experienced by the legendary lizards? Other cosmic legends speak of renowned feats of humanity with a total restructuring, reorganizing, re-intention, and re-experiencing of the third dimensional reality to transcend it and move into the 5D reality. And these legends tell of the rise of human spirit that achieved the impossible. These legends say you will reinvent everything through your own powers of intent, your will, and unconditional love to create a global human family. In the blink of an eye, it is through the reassurance, the unconditional love, the unconditional forgiveness, and the unconditional trust that gives you internal support that you have to support one another, that you will create this in your finest hour, the 13th hour. The hour of mystery, the hour that does not exist, the unknown, multidimensional hour. Perhaps your greatest task in this moment is merely to trust. As you know, only you can make trust. Only you can make yourself real. So turn off the shadow ego chatter. Turn off the distractions of the outside world. Turn off all the fear. Turn off all the doubt. Turn off all the electronic equipment. Go outside and listen to the symphonies of nature and look up at the heavens to seek and understand the power that exists within you. Respond to nature with your own sounds, humming, chanting, singing, drumming, dancing, your own melody, your own tone of intent. Sending into the ethers what you want and celebrating from the ethers what you honor. You should know by now that sound is not only a tool of creation. Creation is sound and light. But you do not yet recognize how powerful a tool sound actually is. Each syllable that you speak, each vibration and tonality has a different potential. In your vision of the future, perhaps you will imagine a new type of music that enlightens all who hear it with special sounds and special words and healing songs that you can remember and you can share and you can pass along. Songs of connection, songs of exquisite wonder, songs of divine living and songs of sacred sexuality, with codes of meaning to strengthen the tapestry that all humanity actually is. When you think of that tapestry and when you can see it rippling and unfolding in front of you, recall it as a fleeting glance, as a portion of the Book of Earth in this legendary nanosecond of time. See if you can imagine a time in the chronicles of existence where the great reptiles, the legendary lizards and dragons, exist in cohabitation with you again. A time when you are not being pillaged or raped or conquered, or a time where you are not ignoring them or running away and hiding in fear. But imagine a slice of time that shows you the potential of combining your skills and working together with your creators as the cosmic co-creators that you actually are. The legendary lizard mind is an exquisite creator after all. And in the grand book of existence, and even in the little book of earth, many tales tell of their deeds. As you seek to know yourself, go back to the most primordial source, the original creators, the most ambiguous, hidden, ancient elders, existing in what appears as a non-existent slice of time, a nanosecond, a dimension that cannot be seen, and yet it is there, in between your nanoseconds, that place tucked away in the voids of time, but certainly full of landscapes and richness. This is where your legendary lizards and dragons and reptilian creators dwell. They are now offering you a frequency, as if they were suddenly on the radio with their own show, a frequency they feel you can now feel. They want you to remember them as magnificent creatures and allies, not as beasts to fear, but rather as friends who taught you to fly on their backs and who flew you from one place to another, who were at your beck and call because to them you were so magnificent they simply adored you. They loved your abilities and your cleverness, your splendid beingness, the way in which you moved your hands, the way in which your flesh ripples on your body, the way in which your muscles pump and jump. They could not help but fall in love with you, and this they know you have forgotten. And so, on their radio show, on this new frequency, you can feel, please, in your generosity, reconsider them, reimagine them, remember them while looking back into the Book of Earth and allowing a little bit more of their reality to seep into your awareness for a second. Are you aware? Can you feel it? Maybe a little later for a minute or two if you focus and go within and feel the serpent in your spine, and in so doing a little bit of your feeling of this new reality seeps into their feeling of this reality, as is always the way. They have something more to give you. They offer a vision of inspiration as a modeling species of intelligence, where different biological creatures are a result of each other's abilities to co-create, taking all of their talents and building something unique from them. You have records of this occurring from when the great reptiles walked the earth with humans. You have been told that the great reptiles disappeared 65 million years ago, but we ask you to reconsider their extinction. For surely you see there are many great reptiles alive today. You have to learn to shift the dial of your belief. Take off those goggles you've been forced to wear and look with your inner sight. Perhaps you will one day travel to the end of the world, and even though it is round, you will find a way to fall off and perish in some never-never land of nonsense because you simply could not take off the goggles that you thought you were forced to wear. So we ask you, dear friends, dear brethren, to skip that egotistical tendency to go screaming and wailing into times of chaos. Relax and be serenely graceful. And develop a sense of humor, why don't you? Hold on to your vision of working together towards a world of purpose, yes. Hand in hand, skip to my loo, tra-la-la, ha-ha-ha. Imagine that your genius is now being birthed, that it was coded and timed all along, and it must occur. Imagining this brings energy into form and allows you to live in a new way for the unfolding of the coding when you follow what excites you in an honorable way, and when you connect with other humans who are following what excites them honorably, you have this new kind of smile and a new meaning to eye contact and simply standing up for yourselves, understanding that peace, love, unity, and respect is the answer. Purposeful, clear living allows those who understand the cosmic laws to be the co-creators of their reality. Understand that focus, will, and intent directed by those who know is the most powerful force in the universe. The clamoring, arguing shadow egos who harass and challenge you have no clue about these laws, and that is fine. As a creator of your own experience, you must ask, why are you choosing this reality? What lesson in living do you need to learn right now. It appears to us in the book of earth and in the grand book of existence that everything is an experiment. Even the legendary lizards and dragons are part of an experiment. So do not think that you have been slighted or gypped because you have been created by reptilians. Do not resent your makers. They are the experiment too. It is time for unconditional love, unconditional forgiveness, unconditional trust, and unconditional gratitude. The reptiles who have been calling to you to remember a creative kinship with them can also show you a mental picture of a time on your planet 13,000 years ago, when your sun was halfway around the great precession of the equinoxes, in a time that you may call the age of Leo. That period, during the end of what you call Atlantis, is precisely the opposite to where you are now poised in this cosmic calendar. So you are very much connected and are relearning some of the failed lessons from that time. In your vision of the future, remember the failures of Atlantis and their sudden, shocking, and surprising demise. And know that you are being challenged with the same lessons. What outcome will you create this time? A soul repeats an experience to learn the lesson in a different way, not to create the same outcome again and again. Surely you can feel the cosmic wisdom in this. And ideally, when one learns the lesson as an individual, and then as a community, and then as a world, and then as a solar system, and then as a galaxy, everything changes in the omniverse. Surely you can feel that your own personal ego dramas must not continue. Whether it's the same old pattern you feel you've been forced into, that is just an illusion, and it was fine for a time, and now let it go. The time of divide and conquer and separation and fear is no longer appropriate. That's all. Again, dear soul, trust your own biology. Trust the rays of the sun, your loving, 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 loving Father, the Sun. Trust the comets. Trust the planets, trust the stars, trust the wind and the water and the fires and the floods. Trust them. They are all coded and purposefully planned, just as much as a tiny seed breaks its shell and sprouts. Yes, of course, you should send positive energy to all souls who are experiencing traumatic situations, such as we are doing to you right now. But above and beyond this, you must trust that everything is perfect every single time. This vision is imperative. It has room for all experiences, room for all people, young and old, all colors and all species to undergo their own evolution. In this age, you will discover that you are all sacred, holy, and divine, 8 billion godlings. What will you do with your creation? It is the weaving of these cosmic threads that now concerns you and the rest of us too. What are you doing? Everyone wants their own thread to be part of the tapestry. And goodness gracious, who is going to design the pattern so it's not a big tangled mess? Maybe you can hear it now. All of the egotistical artisans bickering in the back room as if they were working for a royal family, commissioned to portend some great event, gathering all of the weavers, the spinners, and designers together, yet no one can quite agree because everyone thinks they are the master that must have the most recognition. Shadow ego, shadow ego, shadow ego. This has happened before, and unless you transcend it now, but hold on to all of these visions of cosmic potential, especially the vision that the legendary lizards have been sending you about what's inside your body, and also about the Atlantis, and also about the plight of the Atlanteans. See if you can time travel through your own mind to these places of knowing and growing. If you can, open up to the venue of simultaneous living, you will change to become more of who you actually are. Yet the change will not entail dropping of your identity now, or altering who you are now. It's about integrating and blossoming and bringing out hidden facets and connecting deeper with your family and deeper with your friends and deeper with your community, because everything is connected. This awareness will change reality and allow room for simultaneous living to be in your consciousness as the multidimensional reality of it is built into your biology. As we have said, you are more magnificent than any computer could ever be designed, and the designs of technology inside your DNA exceed the most radical and revolutionary of discoveries. And as new quantum technologies are discovered and revealed, whether or not they are reverse engineered or brought to you by extraterrestrials, understand that they are mirroring the encoding that exists within yourselves, peeling back layer upon layer and bringing to the surface your inner abilities for healing, living together, and co-creation. In your imagination, hold the vista of your future world, your future family, and your global human community with which you want to be joined. Send the image of this both inward and outward at this moment, knowing that it will pass everywhere, and draw to it its own likelihood, and that this imaginary vibration is actually real, and it will vibrate off of the earth and into the earth, and the earth will reflect this signal and beam it outward in all directions. No technology could supersede this process, because no technology can supersede the greatness of your own biological spirituality. So, dear souls, trust unconditionally this process and allow it to unfold. And by all means, feel free to participate. Majesty is yours. Feel connected to all around you and co-create the ultimate human community where you are so proud to be graciously connected to all of existence. Family of Light by Barbara Marciniak. Chapter 12. To Outmake the Maker. We ask you now, as an adventurer and journeyer into realms of understanding and mystery, to extend yourself into the depths of unfathomable antiquity. Relax your being and reaffirm your identity. Then follow along through the words and the vibrations of energies we share as we weave the purpose of this tale. Truth is a very important element of living and is relative to one's perception, location, and ultimately to one's point of view. If we have shared something with you that rings of truth, or the lack of it, that is, of course, for you to feel into. Our tales and lessons in living are, in many ways, for ourselves. We introduced ourselves at the outset as travelers and storytellers, asking you to join us on this journey because, as we have learned, like attracts like. You are, at this point in time, concluding many phases of your experience. Perhaps you have felt the need to withdraw, to move back in order to assess the panorama in front of you. We have spoken to you as Pleiadian journeyers and ancestors of you. And we have used the Book of Earth to help you locate yourself and to be prepared in some way for the momentous and extraordinary changes that humankind is currently undergoing. We have viewed portions of your story as proclaimed in the books of your history, and through using the ethereal Book of Earth, we have explained to you the importance of your ancestors, that each and every moment of their lives makes up the Book of Earth. We have conveyed to you the essence of a book that is not easily read and not at all published. A book that is a treasure, one that requires a certain focus and concentration before it can even be accessed. The Book of Earth holds the true living portions of each of its contributors, and its most interesting facet is that it cannot be read without it being experienced. When you study the stories of your world, you do not in general experience them. You only read about them, or perhaps watch reenactments of them as movies. And to a large degree, you are uncertain of which stories are true and which are fabricated, and to which degree they are true or complete fabrications. Which stories are official and which are unofficial? Which do you believe have more truth? You call your stories history, his story, and they are full of the conquerors who divide and conquer with fear and create more and more separation and ownership. However, this is only one tiny fraction of the timelines that have occurred. Although they are a strong fraction, indeed, with deep power and much deeper secrets. The nature of your current situation is to discover that deep secrets, hidden stories, and plans within plans have been stored all around you, in the ethers, in your bodies, and in the airwaves. Some of these plans may seem ominous, layers of frequency grids in the etheric or actual electronic grids built by satellites surrounding your planet, as if to create an electronic quilt in space, or a blindfold perhaps, or certainly a frequency electric fence. But to what avail? Now that you understand that everything is frequency, why would a frequency grid have been erected in space around your planet? Who put it there? And again, why? One of the lessons we learned as journeyers is that the makers, the designers of what we all experience, are vast beyond imagination. And search as we would, as hard as we might, we have not yet been able to locate the address or the vibratory home of the primary being, all that is, Godshiousness, Mother, Father, Hunab, Ku, Great Spirit, Prime Creator, whatever term you want to use, it is all incapable of describing the Maker. From our point of view, the Maker appears to be invisible, impossible to see. And the Maker holds their own hidden secrets, which continue to entice us forward. Because as Pleiadian seekers, we contemplate the consciousness of the designer. We have been humbled, truly humbled in our journeyings and adventures, and we have been profoundly affected by what we have learned. And we're trying to teach you what you are capable of learning at this time. There was indeed a great need for a great alteration of our own collective Pleiadian consciousness before we were qualified to even look at the Book of Earth. For, as we said, to study this book is to live it. How, you may wonder, can this occur? It is a good concept for you to ponder at this time, and if you really want to know the answer, then do the living that living requires in your body right now, trusting that living with clear intent builds the frequency that qualifies you to learn more. And in learning more, you know more. And in knowing more, you really desire to seek to meet with the Maker, whose mysteries are untold. And yet, all paths lead to the Maker. Even though, as we said, the Maker has no address. The Maker moves all of the time like some unfathomable spirit, here one moment and gone the next, just around the corner, or just having left for the next town, or just having climbed over the mountain, elusive, evasive, ephemeral, and a deeply mysterious secret. Sometimes we chuckle in our own Pleiadian journeyings and say, if we meet the Maker, then perhaps that would be the end of our journeyings. You are living in auspicious times, interesting times, most certainly. To fully grasp the opportunity that you have created for yourself is what we ask of you now. Are you ready to fully grasp the opportunity that you have created for yourselves? Imagine that as an artist, you are given the opportunity to use the tools of the Maker in your imagination on the canvas of your mind. Focus on your pineal gland and see your third eye open. Imagine that you are to paint a picture, an illustration for the Book of Earth. How would you capture the concepts from the stories and tales we have shared with you? You would, of course, incorporate all of the feelings elicited by you, knowing that your responses and reactions consciously or unconsciously, contribute to the frequency of living and to the planet and hence to the Book of Earth itself. How would you bring all of those concepts into a piece of art? Picture it now, using your imagination and your pineal gland, your inner eye, your third eye, to see how to illustrate the Book of Earth. Then perhaps you would be qualified to read it, if of course you would dare. It is one thing to hear the tales and quite another to be one with them and have them be alive through you. But of course you know this. Perhaps now you know how we know what we know, and perhaps you too will begin to grasp in your ponderings the mystery and the magic of the Maker as well. We have told you over and over that a creator cannot be separated from its creations, and that it is always best to start with the truth and end with the truth. And yet truth, as you know, is dependent upon where you are vibrationally and what you are ready to experience next. As you step back and assess your new worldview, your new personal view, and certainly your new cosmic view, what does all this new information mean to you? Can you see the true value of life? We ask this question to you as kin, as brothistars, for we are all star seeds, we are all light workers, we are all way showers, fellow journeyers, fellow travelers. In our journeys, we certainly discovered eons ago that there was a great value and purpose in life and living it. And we also discovered that one cannot really escape living. Once you exist, you cannot unexist. In your 3D perspective, living appears to be separate from dying. Life appears to be separate from death. And since so much of your existence is physical and 3D, it therefore appears that life beyond death is non-existent. You have been told a very minute myth to control what you believe is possible around that. In the Darktilian-controlled Judeo-Roman Catholic, Christian, Muslim, Islamic version of reality anyway, and revealing the panoramic multidimensional view that humankind is now being called to acknowledge will certainly shatter a few nerves. Excellent. Sometimes when a collective nerve-shattering experience occurs, a collective healing of profound magnitude can also be experienced. Because normally, the puncturing and breakthrough of your collective conditioning is extraordinarily difficult to accomplish, so you therefore need earth-shattering events to do so. Yay! You are resilient eternally. beings programmed eons and eons ago, and the ancient ones tell you stories of their battles and fighting throughout space for you. Feel into the unfathomable depths of space and time, where something very ancient dwells, where forces far beyond human or even reptilian can produce form. And these forces seem so intelligent and massive that you would consider yourself a tiny, insignificant speck next to them. Yet, you are a result of their creations, and the Creator cannot be separated from its creations. How can the Son of God not be God? No matter how humble you may appear to the power of this intelligence, you are nonetheless this intelligence. Your finest hour shall soon be upon you, and there will be an exquisite, unique celebration to it. However, for now you have one more opportunity to reflect and go deeper inside yourself to see what secrets your cells hold. In the Book of Earth, we have seen again and again that those who truly understood the value of the genetic data they held in trust here have always kept their true ancestors a secret from the rest of you. The maintainers of your world, the global management team, in the employ of some of the designers themselves, were often in the dark or ignorant of the rest of your capabilities, the true human potentialities. Compartmentalization works both ways, you see. You have been taught to use this same process of divide and conquer and compartmentalization and separation in the processing of your world, and you call it the chain of command, where only a few know it all, even if that's possible. And the farther away you get from the source, the less and less you actually know of the whole. As we have explained, this happens because you have abdicated your psychic abilities, which would allow you to read energies and to know and feel so much more. Some of you cannot even imagine, even at this point of our journey together, what knowing actually is. There are those of you who know, yet even with knowing, you can think you know and still not know. Knowing is tricky, you know. Knowing is like having some great new toy that keeps changing, that has its own consciousness. Who knows the knowing? Who is doing the knowing? What is this process of learning to know? How does it work? And why does it work? When and where does it work? How can I make it work better for me? Knowing has been renounced by you and even made virtually illegal, or at least frowned upon most definitely, because if you actually knew, then you could not be controlled. And those who control you do not actually know either. They just know how to control you. For if they could feel into your lives as we do in the Book of Earth, they would interact with you in a very different way. Once you immerse yourself in the vastness of creativity, you become what you make. If you sculpt, you become the marble, the clay, or the bronze. Ideally, as a writer, you become the words and the stories that you write. If you create music, you become the music. If you create a child and take the role of mother or father, you feel and become the life of your offspring. This is, of course, due to the maker's ability. Perhaps the maker cannot be located because it is too busy making everything, or perhaps the maker is waiting for you humans, this one little slice of life, to become one with it, perhaps further down the line. And even though this timeline that has just begun to springboard you into action after 2012, as you launch into the age of Aquarius, then finally the timelines become wide open. Eventually, everything that you are and the whole world around you can and will exist in simultaneous living, the end of time, as it were. That enigmatic state that none of you have ever yet quite experienced, and very few have even been able to imagine. The ancient ones, the legendary lizards who battled through space for you, their story is vast indeed, and to read their book is quite a tale in itself. We see their tales weave in and out of the Book of Earth, like vacant tracks or slithers in the sand, leaving faint markings, but no actual sightings. The books that you write are actually devoid of their stories. Yet, if they are brought into form through your words, then the believers would know, and the knowers would know. However, those who do not know are truly, as you say in your world, clueless, temporarily. Knowing has a season and is actually electromagnetically available at all times. And in your panoramic view of the Book of Earth, as you can perceive it, you will need to include this factor that knowing is an electromagnetic experience. Knowing cannot be done in drips and drabs. It's full on or nothing, and it takes courage. Are you ready? Once the electromagnetic channel address becomes available, it can be freely given, but not so easily experienced. It can be weightless, and yet the densest and heaviest energy you would ever hold or be held down by. Thus, celestially, many turn their backs on true knowing, and some actually run the other way. Some have no idea what knowing is, not the foggiest clue as to the experience. And that's perfectly fine. But without actually knowing, you cannot experience oneness with what actually is. In our vision of existence, we have the flexibility to remap time. Perhaps it's beginning to dawn on you that you have this ability as well. This does not mean that we destroy timelines, nor will you, but it means that we seek to remap and redesign reality, to nudge and weave little timelines over to merge with others, and some can actually just fade away, and some allow us to arrive before we depart, so to speak, and to thread ourselves into frequency and existence and the force of physical reality, the raw material of the maker, and to use this source in a vastly creative, substantive, supportive, and above all, serviceable way. It is our humble honor to be of service to you. This is our vision, and yet it is not our vision. It is a vision that we share with certain aspects of the Maker. We are the builders and creators in our genetic line. Extraordinary builders. We have strength, versatility, and longevity, and a great abundance of creativity and humor. In our vision, we include a blending of talents and harmonies, one that encompasses multiple timelines and costumes, where frequencies can be seen as streets, and where new ways of travel will be understood, where time unfolds like a geisha fan, and the arrival precedes the departure on occasion. Our vision includes your vision as well, because you are our kin, and it is as brethren that we reach across time and space to you. However, in actuality, we really jump the nanosecond and span the electromagnetic spectrum, and we are not at all far away to you. Yet because you do not yet know how to travel in this manner, it appears as if we are located an imponderable distance of light years away from you. But we are right here. The widening panorama of existence that you are now able to imagine in your mind's eye occurs now to people all over the globe, 100th monkey, 100th monkey, 100th monkey, as more and more humans reconsider their concept of what it is to be alive in the cosmos. However, many of you are moving around in despair, which is exactly how your controllers have wanted it to be for thousands of years because of your current mode of living, your industrial, military, and political disconnectedness to each other, and especially to your one true Mother Goddess Gaia, Mother Earth. You are now activating certain biological emergency codes that were planted in the genetic library of Earth to be triggered if and when Mother Earth and her inhabitants ever reached this current state of imbalance. These alarm bells and codes and master numbers, programs in your terms, were designed and implemented billions of your years ago. A fail-safe mechanism, a safety belt, a net beneath your circus high wire. This safety mechanism was created in the unfathomable depths of antiquity, where the legendary forces of your creators exist, in which they sometimes call home, and certainly had their creative studios, and from those vibratory depths and imaginary workshops, your protection was guaranteed at that time. How can that be, you may wonder? How could beings billions of years ago design and plan a biological response system in our genetic codings for events so far in advance? Well, think about it. How can that be? The computations of your supercomputers today were unfathomable to you just 50 years ago. And perhaps the technology from 50 years ago, which had been hidden from you by the world management team, was far, far in advance of what you even know about yet. And of course, the same is true for today. And this is part of the leap we have been hinting to you that you will be required to jump over the imaginary abyss. You see, all of these technologies have existed for billions of years. Instead of experiencing the gradual discoveries leading up to many of these fantastic high-tech creations, they will be, as we have mentioned, thrust upon you all at once, like the hidden technology to electronically manipulate you and use you as a monetary, energetic creation source that has been kept from the public. The Matrix is real, my friend, but it's actually multidimensional. There are many aspects to it. And there is not one country or place that has been exempt from this manipulation. It is sad news and it is true, but it is almost over now. In your questing, adventuring, and journeying, we do not share this news to bring you into despair, dear souls. Part of our panoramic, multidimensional view will show you that everything exists in contrast and duality. Certainly in this place that you call home currently, this is the way in which you discover what and who you are, through contrast. You do not need to annihilate or neutralize the opposites in order to know the whole. The sad truth is that in renouncing knowing, what could you then possibly know? As we said earlier, one of the truths we have learned is that the part cannot stay separated from the whole. You can, however, imagine you are separate, temporarily only, and allowing the Darktilian managers to separate you and control you, you have succeeded in separating yourselves from each other, from the earth, from your families, from your ancestors. You've even separated yourself from the cells of your body, and especially from the true significance of living. In that illusionary state, everything is isolated and everything is meaningless. So, you are to be congratulated as humankind for living out the experiment so far and making such a successful success of meaningless living. Among your indigenous people, they never lost this vibrational awareness, and among your Western world, it was through the help of certain indigenous practices, such as plant medicines, awakening you to the vibrancy of your own DNA and that of every other living creature on Earth. And that has been a wonderful show for us to watch from our position. You have shown that it can be achieved, volunteering to pierce the veil that has lain so thick upon your eyes for thousands of years. We have spoken of ages and the tests of an age, and we have mentioned the wealth of an age. Did you know that money as a concept did not even exist until 1500 years ago? And so many of your ages of the past were so much wealthier than this past few hundred years. As we see it, the true wealth of an age comes with your ability to shift your perception, and the test of an age embodies your choice of frequency. Will you now choose to produce the frequency of love? Will you finally begin to vibrate in the fourth chakra? Will you activate the green ray and step into the fourth density? It's been here all along. In every age, where endings and beginnings are the bridges from one lesson of living to another, it is important for all of mass consciousness to assess the panoramic view, achieving the great summation. What have you learned? The cosmic winds, the solar flares, the Earth herself, and your DNA now create the season of change that you have the fortune to live through. Reflecting on your ancestors in the last 500 to 1,000 years, the flat worlders, we can use them as an example. Their task was small compared to yours, and yet just as crucial. As we see it in the Book of Earth, those timelines somehow map themselves together in this fleeting moment that you call your now. As much as we would like to magnify and study them to see what they do and did, it seems as if you humans sort of kind of go underground like moles in a tunnel. You have created something so intricate, or perhaps it's this electronic blanket around your globe that even the greatest of time jumpers and timeline travelers, and even we, the Pleiadians, who dare to read the Book of Earth and live it, as we say, as we read it, we seem to find that this current chapter runs short, or maybe a page is missing or something, and we know that in this time you clever humans will produce some pages here because, as we have said, the legends of the cosmos speak of you and of this time you are writing now. Perhaps it is in the inner standing of how the arrival can precede the departure that you will understand how these galactic legends can already be spoken of when you have yet to live them with all the freedom that you dare to take on, with all of the creativity and connectedness that you dare to scoop up and drink for yourself, and with all the courage that it will take to live out the coding in your biology, because you are very clever, very creative, and very coded. Perhaps those of you who can learn how to utilize the coding as it appears in front of your eyes, on screen perhaps, and yet it's really in the core of your being and begins to unfold and enrich the events of your lives. Perhaps those of you will have the courage to live the coding to its fullest and explore some of the books of knowing beyond the Book of Earth. You may call this certain books in the Akash, if you wish, because it's true. And as travelers and journeyers, we will give you a tip here. Books are quite tricky, you know. When we first began to discover these unfathomable antiquities as collections of stories and tales and great gatherings of creativity, which are truly magnificent compilations of life on various planets and at various times, when we first took out our Akashic library card, we did not quite understand what it was to open a book, to touch it, and to read it, as it were. So we were, in all honesty, a little bit battered about. We had to pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off quite a few times. We had to then confer and to whisper and wonder what it was that we had stumbled upon in this great journey of discovery. And it is usually with humor and well-intentioned grace that we would proceed, noble in spirit, sometimes, admittedly, feeling rather puny. Yes, even we were puny Pleiadians, in awe of the majesty and the making and the knowing that we would experience in those books. We share this bit of truth with you so that you will not be so shocked by what awaits you. You too should be humbled indeed, for it is a part of living to become aware at your insignificance and simultaneously at your enormity. Perhaps in the humbling comes the necessary state of awe for the value of life and for the maker and designers and planners, and an awe for the planning that contains no mistakes and that weaves the dark and the light and every imaginable color of thread together to create something of contrast and beauty that never stops creating itself. Your wonder and compassion will allow you to create a greater rendition of the panoramic view of existence. And then you will decide for yourself which tools of the maker you would like to take up to create your artistic intention, your intentional art, and to bring into form this art based on what you know and what you feel. And holding this form in your hands is the essence of your imaginative, creative being. And we suggest that you choose the tool of love. The maker, if you are so privileged to ever meet, may not say, "Oh, this one tool over here is the most essential." The maker is far too clever for that, and waits for you to discover and wonder, "Maker, oh maker, why are your creations so profound? What secret tools do you have to use, dear maker?" However, the maker does not mind us sharing this information with you, and this is the truth. Many, many books of knowing exist indeed, and many, many more that we do not even know of. There are books of each planet, and each planet has a book for each of its own timelines, and then there are books for each kind of knowing, and then there are books about each different physical life force on those planets, and then there are books for the non-physical life forces, and then there are books on books, and then there are books just about the four-legged creatures on each planet, and then books about the winged creatures, and books about the two-leggeds, and books about the creatures of mythology, and books about legendary, mysterious creatures too. They all have their books. And remember, one can only read these books by living them. That is where loving compassion is the key. There are more books in the library of existence than is possible to ever be imagined, each one waiting to be experienced, each one a marvel of collection. But, once again, proper frequency is needed to align oneself and to prepare oneself for the reading of any one book. And remember, dear soul, like attracts like. And as you prepare to read some of the books of, for example, the family of dark of planet Earth, then you have to liken yourself to that experience and become it. And yet, you will not lose yourself in this vibratory alignment. This is a trick best mastered for all journeys into knowingness. It takes time and practice, but it is yours to master. The energies that would continue to tyrannize you extend through the depths of space and time, and so too do the energies that have always loved and supported you. As we have said, in the Book of Earth, all stories are woven together side by side. Often each one is unaware of each of the others, and each one is part of a simultaneous plan hidden from the plan of the neighbors or the relatives. Here the dark interweaves with the light, using the same substance in the same space, and yet they are unaware of each other for the most part. Although both perhaps are thinking they are very aware and knowing. And yet true knowing has never been experienced by any human being yet. Your psychic perceptions and abilities are teeny tiny little tidbits of snippings, looking at little leftover clippings from the tapestries, yet still lacking a true, strong thread and a needle to weave them together. It takes a massive season of multidimensional change to truly be able to understand what you will know and experience it through your being. But it's on its way. It's, in fact, unstoppable. In the Book of Earth, it appears that the genetics of your being have been impeccably prepared for this coming time. We convey this to you again and again because, once again, we see that you teeter towards worry. As the tests become greater, and trust us, they will, you must understand that so do your strengths and abilities become greater to meet all possible tests. You are not tested and challenged without the ability to rise to the occasion, to change yourselves, to transmute fear into love, to transcend your shadow ego, to remake, remodel, and rebuild your lives to weave a new multidimensional fabric is your destiny. Trust the programming and coding that is in your genetics. It is impeccable. You have never been snipped and blocked and limited and smashed down from a majestic 12 into a puny little 2. That's just a silly idea that had its purposes for a little while, so put that away. Better yet, just go flush it down the toilet. Everything is perfect every single time. Your conscious minds are only partially appealed to by your surrounding experiences because it is actually your unconscious minds that rule you. If you question this, then look at the size of your brain and see how much is utilized by the conscious mind. A small percent, probably about 13 for the best of you, and sometimes as little as 5 or 6 or 7. Your subconscious mind, however, is an uncharted territory, holding hidden secrets of your interconnections to the cosmos and, of course, the ancestors. The secrets to your genetic programming, each coded for its own season, its own time, like the seeds and bulbs and plants that you watch grow every year. The full power and potential of the subconscious mind, the hidden territory, if you will indeed, in this your finest hour, your 13th hour, your hour of timelessness, the majestic power of your subconscious mind, the hidden territory, if you will indeed, in this 13th hour, become known. We ask you to look around and understand that the change has already begun, and the hidden plans within plans have begun to be revealed as your subconscious mind is integrated with the conscious mind, each knowing the other's territory, the other's forte. And it is in the harmonizing of your divine feminine mind, your right mind, with your divine masculine mind, your left brain, that the deepest part of your mind, the part where memory can be changed and your abilities can be augmented, will be switched on. And the deepest part of your physical brain, the brain stem, is called the reptilian brain. Another clue, perhaps, to the invisible tracks of your ancestors. And once you activate your third eye in your ethereal brain, infinity sign above your eyes, energy flowing over and around and under and down and up and over and around, and energy flowing into your third eye. Gradually, more of what has been invisible will become visible. It is most important for you to just trust the process and maintain your own common sense of being interconnected to all of life at the same time. This process involves the dismantling of the illusions of separation, as well as the dismantling of genetic perception. And you indeed have been in genetic perception. Your genes are wired to perceive reality in a specific way. But you have been rewired to believe you only have 5 senses because your 6th sense, your intuition, has been demonized. However, it is true that your genes are wired to perceive reality in this 5-sensory way, and we do say wired because in actuality it is through the frequency modulation from the sun and the moon, those rhythms of perpetuity, and even from the center of the earth that you are maintained and contained. At this time, you cannot quite grasp the vast creativity of the designers and creators because you yourselves cannot quite operate at that level of understanding. But day by day, it's opening. Our stories are increasing the insight that is stretching your concepts to eventually embrace and embody simultaneous living, where you fully understand that all of your past lives and all of your future lives are actually simultaneous. And you can reach out with awe, with inquisitiveness and capacity for compassion for every one of your own past and future lives, and therefore for every other life of every other human and every other non-human. And you can literally feel and be the designers of your world, whose plans within plans are intricately immense and becoming actualized as we speak. These designers do implement their plans from the ethers, as it were, from the invisible domains of multidimensionality, and they transcend the ethers into the visible and physical without the receivers of these plans, that's you, having a clue as to their origin. Many so-called clever humans have buffed their own nails and patted their own backs at their own brilliant creations, never suspecting the celestial software encoded into them and the necessity for their creations as gifts to humanity. Yet all of this allows you to be influenced by designs that are not part of any religion or any of the god hierarchies as you know them, although some may squeak through from one particular cultic practice or another religious doctrine, but designs that are so enormous that even millions of you at a time are used as one pawn in a cosmic plan. Imagine that this is neither an evil force nor a good force. It is the creation of your creators. And even this type of a creator who could arbitrarily move millions of you with a flick of its scaly finger is just an idea in the mind of the Maker. We wish for you to understand how these elements are all interconnected and woven together as we experience and read the Book of Earth, and how essential you actually are. Now you know that when we speak to you of your world, it is because we have felt and lived in it. This is one of the requirements of being a true time jumper, as we are. Mere visitors, frequency hoppers, there are two. However, a true time jumper becomes one with the journey. We seed ourselves into civilizations, and that is how one can have the arrival before the departure, because time jumping is done before it's needed to be done, so that a biological entity will exist who can receive certain nudges, as it were, or messages, or channelings, if you will. Recently, when your people have begun remote viewing and traveling out of the body and beginning to see that there is a whole cosmic arena to potentially be experienced, we would remind you it is essential for you to dream. So do not give up your dreaming. Cherish the ability to sleep and dream, with a powerful pledge to continue and learn to dream with intentionality and develop the skill of lucid dreaming. For dreaming and living go hand in hand, because dreaming is the creative garden in which you begin to exercise your potential abilities, in which you do your artwork in the ethers. And it is there in your dreams that you decide which pictures you will crate up and bring with you from the dream world into what you call the real world. The ideas that you seem to magically perceive are ready to be brought into form right now. So open your mind. Open your third eye. Keep the infinity symbol moving and flowing and opening and opening. And know that a renaissance of creativity is yours in this fleeting moment of time. And it also ripples throughout the corridors of all times, where a renaissance of the creators is your experience as well. There are those entities who are also realizing, as you are, that no creator can be separate from what it creates. And here we are, outright asking you to create with the frequency of loving compassion. We have offered you suggestions for foundations and for visions. We have ideally shared with you an interesting commentary on your world and many others, as we have shared our tales and tidbits with you from the Book of Earth and others. But the purpose of our tale is to relate to you the most important ingredient of all, the actual secret of the Maker, love. The Maker is willing now for you to know that secret. And perhaps even in your own magnificent renaissance of creativity, you will outmake the Maker with unconditional, compassionate love. If only you could feel the joyous ecstasy of the cosmic laughter from the Maker who created this potential, and the Maker knows that you can and will feel it. For the creations to outmake the Maker, that would be an interesting experience indeed, much like the arrival before the departure, and yet it must happen. So we ask you, dear souls, to create with the frequency of unconditional love. Remake yourselves with the frequency of unconditional love. Undo the dark balls of twine and imbue the thread with unconditional love, and reweave a pattern and a fabric beyond compare. As we have said, some pages of the Book of Earth seem to be missing or not quite possible for us to view, and that part of the tale which no one can read with certainty became much more foggy and ambiguous around the year 2012. The more refined the frequency becomes, the less accessibility others have to meddle and mix and mingle, and even to just observe as the mists of celestial fog roll in, and we Pleiadians and other extra-dimensionals can only catch a glimpse now and again, and how to put it all together even we cannot quite see. Your point in time simply shows pieces of a puzzle dangling in the air, glimpses through the mist. What it all means, we ponder to ourselves, however, because it is merely a flickering, fleeting moment, we are patient. We know we will be around to experience this fleeting moment, to read this page once it is firmly set in type. We sit in our realm, if sitting is what you call what we do, and we await with great anticipation and profound excitement and deep admiration for you, dear souls. We are so very excited to see what you will do and how you will handle this test of an age. Will you recognize your own vein of cosmic gold? Some may ask, are we meddling by asking you to produce love and giving you the secret of creation that is love? Perhaps. But it seems to us that all the books that make up the book of existence would benefit from your production of love. And many of your books on your planet, the physical ones that you've been reading for, let's just say 1,000 years, speak of love. And recently the vibration that you call unconditional love has risen to the top of your awareness. None of us multidimensionals know the source of the legends about the humans in the early 21st century after 2012 and the launching pad into the age of Aquarius, where it is said that the golden age is achieved and extended, and where the nanosecond became an eternity. Paradoxes, enigmas, flights of fancy, twists of fate, and stretches of the mind into the inconceivable, all of these await for your experience. Some of you, perhaps, are envying the ease of life that you think the flat worlders had 1,000 years ago, that at least the world they encountered was so simply known. Yet it was really not more known than yours is now. You see, a frequency change, a vibrational wave has existed in the ocean of consciousness. So to cross from one continent to another for them was truly like traveling to another dimension. The frequency of the dwellers in the new lands held different beliefs from their ancestors. Therefore, different manifestations began. The seeding of the belief is paramount to the ability of manifestation. As so you believe, so it shall be. In order to create a new being, new beliefs are laid as a foundation, and old beliefs, by necessity, must crumble and be taken away. We remark on your flexibility and marvel at your changeability, because if you have journeyed with us thus far into the depths, into the hidden, into the mysterious scenes behind the scene and plans behind the plan, then you are therefore ready to know much more. The season of change is indeed upon you, a change imprinting you with a magnificence that requires you to produce the frequency of love to access it. Believe in yourself. Trust unconditionally in yourself, for you are all artists You are the creator, etching an area of living with your mind. Know that the fictions of the past have bombarded your consciousness, and the messages of the day from your mass hysteria media continue to bombard your consciousness electronically with officially dark points of view. And hardly a news article or report actually holds the slightest degree of truth. Or at least not the truth that you need. The truth of your oneness. The truth that love is all there is. Truth seekers, you shall continue to be. And as you seek the truth, time after time, your bubble of innocence will burst, and you will find yourself on the ground, like Humpty Dumpty, perhaps, all cracked and bruised, weeping and saying, "I didn't think it was going to be like this. Goodness gracious, I thought life was something far more sweet and pleasant, and now I'm discovering all these distressing things." The distressing, the disturbing, and the disruptive news that may come your way is actually there for you to heal them. And yet know that many of them are not actually true. As we've said, the wealth of an age is determined by your ability to shift your perception. Remember that. Reimagine yourself. The wealth you can accrue will ideally encompass a healing vaster than any of you can imagine individually. In seeking out this healing, it will happen in all of the bodies of your being. As a 3D physical being, this healing will also occur in your multi-dimensional spirit, which will be changed by the deep emotional transformations you are all required to experience now. After all, you are on the quest for knowledge, and to be able to know, you must become one with all of life. So you must turn on your compassion, your ability to feel, and recognize that imprints from your childhood are coming to the surface so that you can realize that many of you are still stuck in childlike behavior because you were never taught how to use your feelings and let go. You can only heal trauma by unconditional forgiveness, which includes unconditional love and includes unconditional trust. Let go of your need to be mothered and fathered. Yes, there is the Great Mother, Mother Earth, Mother Nature, Goddess Gaia. And yes, there is Father Son. But let go of your need to be mothered and fathered. Be complete. You are complete. You are whole. That does not mean to give up being a mother or a father. Just give up the idea of someone having to take care of you. Embrace and embody the reality that you are a holy hologram, a divine spark, a sacred fractal of consciousness. You are the creatrix. You are the maker in a human body. You are divine sovereignty itself. Relax into your majesty and create with loving compassion. Lessons in life are vast, and the opportunity you have to learn is immense. Some call it karma. Perhaps in those terms you can understand that there are junctures and points of convergence when you can release yourself from your own past entrapments and entanglements, and that you can snip yourself free, and that as a creator you can only expect that you get back what you put out until you forgive. On the vast stages of existence, this is the act of the play that all have been awaiting to watch you perform. So what you write into these final pages in the Book of Earth is up to you. We have our popcorn and our beverages, and we are waiting and watching and cheering you on. We know that in these closing moments of the nanosecond, you will be meeting the demands of the 13th hour, the unknown, the mystery. Perhaps you have a few ideas of your own, and now you wish to rewrite chapters of your own histories. Perhaps you clever humans, took those pages out of the book yourselves so that we could not read them. We are learning so much by observing you and experiencing your book, and yet still you are an enigma to us. So coated you are with magnificent flights of fancy and freedom to change the roles that you have found yourself to be part of the plot. You are creatures of wonder and awesome power, and we cannot help but love you unconditionally. So, dear brother stars, know that your own panoramic and multidimensional perspective will grow. Whatever artistic creation you bring into form today and tomorrow will unfold like a geisha fan, and ideally, the wealth of the age will be all of yours to share. In the greater ideal, the test of the age will be met and matched and transcended. The vibration of love, a gift to all humanity, will be received graciously. Now, if you understand why you await certain special celestial events like eclipses and even full moons, perhaps you will understand why we await the event of your rising over the horizon. Our experience, knowledge, and existence have been vastly expanded by participating in your ability to live and experience. And we ask that you continue to do so with style, with dignity, with grace, and with purpose. The depths of unfathomable antiquities call you to turn them inside out and bring them to the light of day, to make them fresh once again. Your abilities are barely known to you, yet they've been there all along, and your ancestors are willing to move forward from their ancient depths, knowing perhaps that they will live again through you. They do this with grace because the legends are full of the rumors and the stories of the healing and the coming of the love frequency produced by these humble humans of this celestial nanosecond. Yes, even your ancient creators will come forward for this event. The legendary lizards, the dragons, the reptilians, those who are the hidden part of the story, and not so hidden, to be honest, are on their way right now. They are taking steps. They are on a slow but surely determined trek. They have been sending their message, their smoke signals, their vibrations in the airwaves. We are coming. Their legends are full of this re-arrival, and they hear it is occurring now, and that the humans are finally producing the correct frequencies in spite of all of the tyranny and ominous toxicity in which they live. You are doing it! The word is out! And so the ancient prophesied march is on. Beings that come from places that you cannot even yet imagine. All are trekking to be here. All are journeying on their own pilgrimage or quest, because legends say that in the time of great healing, there has never been anything quite like what's happening right here on planet Earth. The time jumpers, of course, tell these tales, and as we have said, time jumping is an art, and you are only as good as your frequency and your daring to become what you jump into. And then all good time jumpers must know not to become too attached, and of course we have to extricate ourselves gracefully and find the location and vibration and indeed identity with which we must move along without necessarily getting stuck anywhere or without leaving any threads dangling and undone. But not all time jumpers are as good as all time jumpers are. And the myths are full of these stories too. However, now that you are writing the final pages in your book of this cosmic nanosecond, the ancestors are coming to you in all forms and capacities through all dimensions, the first through the 13th, and through your own blood and marrow, through your vibrating DNA, and through the very air that you breathe, through the light energy of the plants and animals that you eat, and through the water, the lifeblood of Goddess Gaia. And so it is an important pledge for you to make, to keep your waters safe and sacred, and to understand that when your waters are poisonous, this is the ultimate signal that your activities to create this toxicity must stop. The way to live through this poisonous time is to produce the frequency of love. And it is your challenge to also use common sense and stop polluting. You will do this as you all begin to feel love for yourselves. And in conclusion, dear Brodistars, please paint us a grand panorama of set decorations as you act out this last act of your play. Masterpieces of life and the purpose of play will now be yours as humankind illustrates and writes this chapter of the great Book of Earth. Family of Light by Barbara Marciniak. Chapter 13. The Finest Hour. Perhaps by now you have concluded that this journey may not end. The pages you find yourself turning may turn you around to the beginning, because the end and the beginning are always most intimately connected. In your journeyings, you may find that in the end you arrive where you started, so as to know that place once again from a different point of view. This, of course, has a purpose. You have a saying in your world, history repeats itself. Any form of consciousness would continue to repeat its experience because it either so enjoyed what it was doing and sought out the experience again, or it wanted to learn something new from the same experience, or the consciousness was so unaware of what it was doing that it did not realize it was repeating itself. As journeyers, travelers, and mystery seekers, we ask you to follow our words and listen to these last few messages, and at the same time to consider very clearly all that we share. Shift your conscious mind and feel a mist, moist, wet, warm, and ephemeral, swirling in the landscape around you. We ask you to step boldly into the mist, into a place of mystery where you can see nothing at all, yet you feel the enormous spaciousness. This in itself is a mystery, to be so enclosed and to see nothing around you, and yet to feel more expanded than you ever have before. This is a special trick of this special mist, you know. Mists have been equated with mysteries. They are one and the same in the old language of your world. So step into the mist, into the mystery that has been awaiting you, into the enigmatic, the paradoxical, and certainly occasionally puzzling energies and information you are now required to contemplate. In the mist, in the mystery, as you continue to feel it swirling around you, you find yourself mysteriously moving forward. You feel a sense of unconditional trust as a force gently compels you onward. Uncertain of the terrain and totally unaware of your surroundings, in fact, you still continue to move along, and eventually a vague shape appears in the distance. You are drawn to this form, and notice that it emits a light that changes color, but the light itself is so subtle it's difficult to pinpoint. You keep moving through the mist. You are still enveloped, and now you feel your body dissolving into the mist and becoming one with this mysterious mist. And now you are using the mist to travel into what the mist knows. For the mysterious mist exists between you and the other dimensions. That glowing shape you saw in the distance is now changing its light and continues to draw you farther forward into what looks like a vaulted cavern. Yes, there are pillars and steps, and although you have wandered in the mist as the mist for quite a while, you wonder how you found your way to this place. And as the mist begins to dissipate, to swirl around and rise upward, you see that your body has rematerialized, and right in front of you, in the middle of this huge cavern, lies a table of immense proportions. Once again, you feel compelled to move forward as you step towards the table. A sense of majesty, excitement, and electrifying intelligence suddenly envelops you, and you now sense that the entire atmosphere in this cavern is electrically charged. In front of this imposing table are steps lined with a rich, opulent red carpet that is so soft underneath your bare feet. 8 steps lead you upward to the tabletop, and there you find an open book of colossal and astounding proportions. The book's energy draws you to its enormous size, and you now find yourself stepping up onto the book itself to see the top left-hand column, and you climb right on, and now you perch yourself in a comfortable position, and you notice that you are entering into the Book of Earth, and whatever line of time you think of, you find yourself in, and you allow the probabilities of that location to teach you about it. You are now able to access the Book of Earth at any time that you concentrate properly. So feel free to thumb through its pages by simply relaxing and focusing and thinking of a various time frame or some structure in your planetary history that interests or influences you, or some place where you would just like to go have a peek. Using your naturally inbuilt multidimensional perspectives, go deeper into any timeline you choose and watch it unfold while we tell you about another line of time. In another line of time and dimension, on their own journey, spheres of light are traversing what you would call the universe. You still exist on Earth, a small planet in part of one solar system, in part of a galaxy, and yet these spheres of light are part of a much greater universe. You know of this universe, but as of yet you cannot go there. These spheres of light can and do go anywhere, and they are in search of something. Organic in nature, these spheres of light actually house and protect consciousnesses within them. And these consciousnesses are thousands and thousands of time jumpers. The spheres travel through the universe looking for specific times of the legends of light. They search to find the sections of the pages in the grand book of existence where the legends of light and the legendary humans came into being. They flick and flitter through pages of the Book of Existence, and they finally find the page which is about your universe. And they sit now on its pages as you are sitting in a similar fashion on the Book of Earth. They excitedly converse among themselves as they pursue coordinate points, and they too have their own mysterious mist that they pass through to learn the secrets of those points in time of which they seek. They have a way of reading space and reading the mist that is slightly different from the way you are able to read it at this time. They can read the ethers multidimensionally, and they can merge their spiritual molecules around any molecules of tyranny that may exist to seek out the tyranny's basic source and imprint, and understand the tyranny's secret frequencies. And have you noticed, dear soul, by the way, that the word tyranny is a derivative of Tyrannosaurus Rex? Just a little something to think about. And these organic, spiritual, spherical beings, these travelers, come from a number of different systems. They are a time-jumping confederation of sorts, an official expedition through existence, time-jumping to find the exact time and place where the legends are first born. They enter and watch and participate, and they have journeyed far and under many, many conditions that would be beyond the comprehension of those of you who simply understand the Book of Earth. And as you read through sections of pages of the Book of Earth, understand that your book is a small section of the Book of Existence that these spheres are now flipping through as well. The lines of time you seek to understand indeed precede the moments in which you have lived consciously, but lines of time also exist from origination points in the future. And it is these spheres of light, these organic spiritual balls of beingness that come from all different times and places. They are a confederation that seeks to be in the right time and the right place where your myths were birthed and made. And as you skim and scan the pages of your book, you might come to feel that there was a message sent out from a certain time and place, a timeline and a vibration brought about by certain situations that were able to reach through the dimensions and ring a little bell that these organic spiritual spheres heard from so far away. They heard it, but they could not see it. And they know it exists in a fleeting moment, a brief nanosecond. It is not so easily found. Yet, since all time exists simultaneously, and there are innumerable loops that can be replayed again and again, these spherical travelers, on one hand, have forever to find this fleeting moment, with 2012 at the epicenter. On the other hand, they understand that the longer they wait, the more that fleeting moment can be redone by others, or perhaps those within the fleeting moment will alter it entirely. These spherical travelers were raised on the legends of the omniverse, and in the worlds in which they developed, the stories they learned of the legendary humans at this point in time were about a genetic experiment. They feel they know all about genetic experiments, and that genetic experiments are tricky indeed, but incredibly common and therefore quite predictable. However, the lines of time and time jumping is quite unpredictable, extraordinarily so. And of course, depending on the venue or density, all kinds of karmic ramifications and mysteries can occur. In the densest density of all, it is extremely slow and difficult to operate, and yet in the search for all-knowing, if one wants to become all-knowing, one must experience and know all things. So these cosmic searchers search, and in finding the correct coordinate points, they are ready to transmutate themselves so as to enter and participate in the big show. Some of them remain behind to watch and give advice and add support, spiritually holding hands and lighting the way. And it is in this watching, each one of the watchers represents a different intention and a different species and a different point of view. Each one understands that, according to the legends, a new frequency is being produced that has never been heard before, and it is occurring as a direct result of the newly randomized chaotic forces which are occurring here on planet Earth, which, of course, all the participants understand is a perfectly natural fractal of potentiality. Plans within plans within plans are actually based on chaos, and this new form of chaos that has created itself can be interpreted according to the various points of view or the levels of truth and understanding of the participants and the observers. And that is the richness, the multidimensional wealth of chaos, which is thought to be one of the sweetest elixirs within unconditional love's retinue of existence. Sweet chaos. So it is that these time jumpers do not really want to negatively affect the chaos or positively nudge it too far in any one direction, and yet they do not want to be taken over by any darkness that is unnecessary. But these ambassadors of the spheres carry a number of legendary cosmic beings, family members of multidimensionality, the royalty of the snake clans, and the kings and queens of the dragon line, who come to participate in the massive healing that is taking place. They are here to receive the healing frequencies, the likes of which they have never experienced before, in order to see and feel if the legends are actually true. In their times, the legends of the humans producing this healing frequency are so ancient, they wonder if they even have the story right. Additionally, because of events that have transpired on their worlds and many others, and because certain books have been lost or changed, and so many generations have elapsed, they decided to mount an expedition requiring a great deal of cooperation. This expedition is to journey through time and the multiverse to invest in discovering an ancient fleeting moment. They want to see if the legends are real, and if they can find that special place tucked away on a tiny little planet in a small arm of the Milky Way in a fleeting moment of time, the focal point pointed out by the intergalactic multidimensional Maya as being December 21st, 2012, when human beings went from the heavy density of 3D to the light, soaring vibrations of 5D by transmuting fear into love to experience something that, even as they spoke these words and listened to them themselves, these celestial beings had no idea of exactly what they felt like. That in itself is the richness of the human brand of chaos, and through this cosmic chaos they would produce their ultimate gift to the omniverse, and it is only by creating chaos and surfing through it on top that this new vibration can be achieved. And so the watchers, the visitors, the ambassadors have traveled through their book, and they have traveled into yours. After having heard the distress call, they were finally able to locate the time and the place in order to respond by sending many waves of volunteers to raise the vibration and create the healing elixir of the ages. So it was prophesied billions of years ago. Family of light, afterward. We trust that our work is appropriate. It is timely indeed and delivered with great love and a sense of great purpose. We appreciate all of you who have listened so far and hope you read the actual books themselves. And we hope that you are now inspired to illustrate your own pages of the Book of Earth with a greater sense of creativity, with greater tools than you've ever had, with greater wit and wisdom, to embody a renowned splendor where you truly live as the legends created within light that you are. This is our intent in the delivery of this work, and it is our immense pleasure to participate in the restructuring of existence. Family of light, about the author. The Pleiadians are a collective of extraterrestrials from the star system, the Pleiades. They have been speaking through Barbara Marciniak since May 18th, 1988, a day called Stabilizing Gaia on the Mayan calendar, as interpreted through crispy matters of Mayan embodiment. The Pleiadian teachings can be likened to those of shamanism, the ancient body of energetic knowledge that has served as intermediary between the realms of the physical and the spiritual, leading people to self-discovery in the worlds of paradox, paradigm shifting, and spirituality. Barbara Marciniak is called a reflecting solar chief in Mayan embodiment terminology, and is an internationally acclaimed trance channel, an inspirational speaker, an editor, and author who lives in North Carolina. On that day in 1988, she began channeling in Athens, Greece, at the conclusion of a 3-week journey through Egypt and Greece. On this trip, Barbara was impulsed to re-experience specific temples and power sites in this lifetime. The Great Pyramid at Giza, the temples along the Nile, the Acropolis in Athens, and Delphi. Since that time, Barbara has conducted class sessions and workshops throughout the United States and has facilitated tours to sacred power sites in Great Britain, Peru, Bolivia, Mexico, Egypt, Greece, Bali, and Australia. She feels that the sacred sites themselves are connections to energy vortexes that hold knowledge of the higher mind, the higher idea that Earth is presently seeking to recreate and reconnect with. Her travels, astrological studies, and a lifetime of alternative and free thinking augment her insight and understanding of the material she channels. Barbara feels that her experience with the Pleiadians has been a gift of priceless value, connecting her with opportunities for personal, global, and cosmic transformation. And for this, she holds unconditional gratitude.